Chapter 2384. There was a woman in front of the white-clothed man. It was the violet-robed woman. The violet-robed woman picked up her teacup and took a sip, and then she smiled. Brother Bai Sheng, don't underestimate him. Especially that person by his side. He's at least an expert at the 5th level of the soul transformation realm. The man called Bai Sheng glanced at Emissary Zhang. And then he smiled. He really is extraordinary. As he spoke, he gazed at the violet-robed woman. Zhan Taijing, do you have enmity with him? The violet-robed woman called Zhan Taijing grinned. Sort of. Bai Sheng was about to speak, but he suddenly frowned and turned around. A young man was walking up slowly from the nearby staircase, and there was a middle-aged man by the young man's side. It was Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang. Bai Sheng frowned slightly when he saw Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang walk over. Meanwhile, an old man with a walking stick suddenly appeared by Bai Sheng's side, and his gaze locked onto Emissary Zhang while his eyes were filled with vigilance. Yi Xian walked slowly towards Bai Sheng. Meanwhile, the old man by Bai Sheng's side immediately stood in front of Yi Xian, and then Emissary Zhang suddenly pressed his right hand down from afar. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the old man with the crutch directly knelt in front of Yi Xian with a plop. He did not even have the strength to resist at all. Bai Sheng's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. Because the old man was an expert at the peak of the 4th level of the soul transformation realm. Yet he wasn't even able to resist this middle-aged man. The violet-robed woman's expression instantly became solemn as well. I've underestimated him. This Emissary Zhang might be an expert at the 6th level of the soul transformation realm or above. Yi Xian walked over slowly to sit by Bai Sheng's side, and then he smiled. I was quite curious. After all, it's my first time in Luoqing, and I have no enemies at all. So why would anyone target me? As he spoke, he gazed at the violet-robed woman and smiled. I understand now that I've seen you. Zhan Taijing gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian looked at Zhan Taijing and said with a smile, I really don't understand. We met because of a very, very small matter. Why would Miss want to form an evil fate because of a very, very small matter? The old man by Zhan Taijing's side was just about to speak when Emissary Zhang suddenly clenched his right hand. Boom! The black-robed old man's body shattered right away, and his soul was grabbed by the throat by an invisible hand, rendering him unable to make a single sound. Emissary Zhang looked coldly at the black-robed old man. Young master didn't ask you, so you shut up, understand? The black-robed old man looked at Messenger Zhang in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had wanted to retaliate, or rather, he had been mentally prepared. However, when Emissary Zhang had made his move, he hadn't been able to retaliate at all. Zhan Taijing's expression instantly became unsightly when she saw the black-robed old man's body being destroyed. She gazed at Yi Xian, and was just about to speak when Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss, I didn't want to cause trouble because it's better to avoid trouble. But unfortunately, that's only my wishful thinking. Since you want to cause trouble for me so much, then I'll do as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of light from a sword pierced through her forehead before she could even react. And then her entire body was nailed to a pillar. Zhan Taijing roared furiously. I'm from the Zhantai clan. Yi Xian gazed at Zhan Taijing and smiled. Do you know why I didn't kill you? It's because I wanted you to call for help. Come call for help. Let the most capable member of your Zhantai clan come out. Zhan Taijing was shocked when she heard this. Why is he so confident? Why? At this moment, Zhan Taijing suddenly felt slightly panicked. On the other hand, Bai Sheng's expression had become extremely solemn, and he gazed at Yi Xian. Your Excellency. Emissary Zhang suddenly slapped him. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, Bai Sheng's physical body directly shattered and turned into ashes, while the surrounding restaurant remained completely unscathed. Bai Sheng was dumbfounded. Emissary Zhang glanced coldly at Bai Sheng's soul. Did the young master allow you to speak? Bai Sheng. Yi Xian looked at Zhan Taijing, who had been nailed to the pillar by him. Where are your people? Zhan Taijing stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and did not speak. Yi Xian smiled. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the side. The next moment, an old man holding a spear appeared in the restaurant. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Old man Zhang Tai. Before he could finish speaking, Emissary Zhang suddenly punched out. Boom. The old man disappeared on the spot. He had been forcefully erased. Seeing this, Zhang Taijing's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Bai Sheng's face was also filled with terror. Just how strong was this Emissary Zhang? Is he really only at the half-step soul formation stage? Suddenly a middle-aged man appeared here. He glanced at Bai Sheng, and then he gazed at Emissary Zhang. Who are you? Emissary Zhang's face remained expressionless. Speak to my young master. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yi Xian, and then he hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm the Grand Elder of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan. May I know your name? Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. The middle-aged man's brows knit together slightly, because he hadn't heard of this name. He restrained his thoughts and spoke in a low voice. May I know how my Bai clan has offended you? Yi Xian pointed at Bai Sheng in the distance and said with a smile, Ask him. As he spoke, he gazed at Emissary Zhang. If he dares to lie, then send him from the afterlife. Emissary Zhang bowed slightly. Understood. Bai Sheng was speechless. Bai Zhan glanced at Emissary Zhang, and then he gazed at Bai Sheng. Speak. Bai Sheng didn't dare conceal anything, and he told them everything. After he heard Bai Sheng, Bai Zhan glanced coldly at Zhang Taijing. He knew that Bai Sheng had fallen into her trap. Alas! Bai Zhan shook his head and sighed. What a piece of trash. Bai Zhan restrained his thoughts, and then he gazed at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Young master, it's my Bai clan's fault. Please be merciful. Yi Xian smiled. You don't seem to be sincere at all. Bai Zhan was slightly stunned, and then he said, What sort of sincerity do you need? Yi Xian glanced at Bai Sheng, and then he smiled. He's such a good-for-nothing, so he probably doesn't have any status in your clan, right? Bai Zhan hurriedly nodded, and he was about to speak when Bai Sheng spoke fiercely. My father is the patriarch of the Bai clan, and I'm the young master of the Bai clan. Bai Zhan was infuriated when he heard Bai Sheng, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What an idiot! The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly when he heard Bai Sheng. Since you're the young master, then your life is valuable. 1 billion. As he spoke, he grinned. 1 billion to buy your young master's life isn't too much, right? Bai Zhan's expression gradually calmed down as he gazed at Yi Xian. 1 billion. Yi Xian nodded. Is that a lot? Bai Zhan fell silent for a short moment, and then he said, That's quite an exorbitant demand. Yi Xian smiled. You can refuse. Bai Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't go overboard, and it'll be easier for us to meet in the future. You. Emissary Zhang suddenly smashed his fist forward. Bai Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swiftly placed his arms before his chest. In the next moment, Bai Zhan vanished on the spot. He'd been completely annihilated. There wasn't even the slightest movement. The expressions of everyone in the restaurant changed when they witnessed this scene. That was too terrifying. Being killed in an instant wasn't terrifying. The terrifying part was that it had been killed with such ease, and there really wasn't even the slightest movement. That was simply absurd. At this moment, Bai Sheng and the others were terrified. They were truly terrified. They knew that they'd provoked someone that they shouldn't have provoked. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Taijing, and Zhang Taijing looked at Yi Xian in horror. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Yi Xian smiled. Miss, you can call for help. Zhang Taijing's expression was somewhat ugly. Call for help? At this moment, she was completely panicking. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded from the side, and soon a middle-aged man walked up. Seeing the middle-aged man, Zhang Taijing was instantly ecstatic. Father! The person who came was the patriarch of Zhantai clan, Zhan Taiyuan. After Zhan Taiyuan walked up, he directly ignored Zhang Taijing, and then walked to the front of Yi Xian, and his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Before coming, I've investigated the entire Lua world, and there isn't a powerful Yi clan. I think this young master is from the outside. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Zhan Taiyuan smiled. Young master, this is a small matter. Can young master be magnanimous? Yi Xian pointed at Zhan Taijing. I gave her a chance, but unfortunately she didn't cherish it. After coming here, she caused trouble for me again. Do you think it's appropriate for her to do this? Zhang Taiyuan shook his head. No. Yi Xian smiled. 1 billion, give me 1 billion and I'll let her go. Zhang Taiyuan shook his head. Young master, do it. Yi Xian was stunned. Zhang Taiyuan smiled. Young master, she's not worth 1 billion. Hearing this, Zhang Taijing's face instantly turned pale. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, she's your daughter. Zhang Taiyuan chuckled. My daughter is gone. She can be reborn. But 1 billion will empty the entire Zhantai clan. It's not worth it to harm the entire clan for one person. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, Zhang Taiyuan suddenly waved his right hand. Boom. Zhang Taijing was directly hit by a force, and then she was completely wiped out. Killed. Yi Xian was stunned. He killed her just like that? Father? Fuck. Yi Xian was stunned. It wasn't just Yi Xian. Even Emissary Zhang was surprised. He glanced at Zhang Taiyuan who sat in front of Yi Xian, and didn't speak. Baisheng looked at Zhang Taiyuan in disbelief. Of course, he felt even more sorrow at this moment, because he knew that compared to the clan, an individual was really insignificant. Meanwhile, Zhang Taiyuan suddenly stood up and bowed slightly. Young master, the culprit is dead. The enmity between the Zhantai clan and young master is settled. Young master, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. On the spot, Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he said softly, my father is actually not bad. The green-clothed man was speechless. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly attacked from the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Baisheng suddenly said excitedly, it's an expert from Luocheng. An expert from Luocheng. An expert from Luocheng. Obviously, Luocheng already knew that a battle had occurred here. Baisheng suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said fiercely, do you know the Yang clan? Killing someone in the Yang clan's territory is equivalent to looking down on the Yang clan. Yi Xian picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, and then he said softly, the Yang clan? As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. I can annihilate them with a flick of my finger. Baisheng was speechless. Emissary Zhang was embarrassed. This act. 7017K. Chapter 2385. Annihilate him with a flick of a finger. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Baisheng suddenly started laughing madly, and he was laughing like a madman. Yi Xian ignored Baisheng and drank his tea lightly. As if he thought of something, he looked at Emissary Zhang. Did I lie? Emissary Zhang's expression froze. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the side, and soon, an old man walked over slowly. The old man wore a loose black robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves. His eyes were sharp like knives, and as he walked, he gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Behind the old man were 4 black-robed men. All 4 of them had extremely powerful auras. The old man walked slowly to sit in front of Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Emissary Zhang frowned slightly, and he was slightly displeased. Sit opposite Yi Xian? He didn't dare. Emissary Zhang was about to flare up, but as if he thought of something, he glanced at Yi Xian, and then stopped. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Annihilate the Yang clan with a flick of a finger. Did you say that? Yi Xian nodded. It was a joke. Don't take it seriously. A joke? The old man chuckled. How interesting. You said my Yang clan can be annihilated with a flick of a finger. Is that a joke? Yi Xian nodded lightly. At this moment, Baisheng suddenly roared. How dare you look down on the Yang clan? Yi Xian glanced at the maddened Baisheng. What does it have to do with you? Baisheng was speechless. The old man in front of Yi Xian chuckled. Young man, I have to say, you're the most arrogant person I've ever seen. Of course, the old man can understand. After all, young people are frivolous. But do you know about the Yang clan? Yi Xian nodded. I do. The old man wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly took out a spatial ring, and it was the ring his father gave him before he left. Yi Xian placed the spatial ring on the table, and then looked at the old man. The old man looked at the storage ring and frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian was stunned. You don't recognize this item? The long-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. Should I recognize this item? Yi Xian turned to look at Emissary Zhang. Do you recognize this object? The messenger hesitated, then shook his head. Yi Xian frowned, feeling a little puzzled. At this moment Envoy Zhang asked softly, "Did the Swordmaster give it to you?" Yi Xian nodded. Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. "Then there's only one explanation. Our ranks are too low." Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the long-robed elder looked at Emissary Zhang. "How should I address you?" Emissary Zhang shook his head. "Let Luo Tian do it. Your rank is too low, you're not fit to speak to young lord." "Luo Tian." The long-robed old man narrowed his eyes. "You know the realm lord." Emissary Zhang frowned. "Just do as I say. What's with all the crap?" A cold glow flashed through the long-robed old man's eyes, and he stood up right away. Meanwhile, 5 terrifying auras pressed down upon Emissary Zhang. A cold glow flashed through Emissary Zhang's eyes, and he flicked his sleeve. Rumble! In an instant, the bodies of the old man and the others shattered into pieces, and only their souls remained. The old man and the others were stunned when they witnessed this scene. Bai Sheng's face was also filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the long-robed old man spoke with a trembling voice. You're at the High God Realm." "The High God Realm." Bai Sheng's face instantly turned pale when he heard the long-robed old man. Emissary Zhang suddenly turned around with an icy cold gaze. "Luo Tian, I don't believe you don't know that the young lord has arrived." His voice rumbled like thunder, and it instantly swept through Luo City. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared here. The middle-aged man wore a luxurious robe, had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and emanated an extremely terrifying aura. The long-robed old man and the others hurriedly knelt down when they saw the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Realm Lord." It was exactly Luo Tian. Luo Tian paid no attention to the long-robed old man and the others. He walked slowly towards Yi Xian, and then he bowed slightly under the gazes of everyone. "The Realm Lord of Luo Dimension greets the young lord." The young lord. Bai Sheng seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning when he heard Luo Tian, and his mind went blank. On the other hand, the long-robed old man and the others were petrified on the spot. Emissary Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold glow flickered within them. Because Luo Tian had merely bowed to Yi Xian and hadn't knelt down. Yi Xian gazed at Luo Tian and remained silent. Luo Tian didn't wait for Yi Xian to reply before he straightened his back and spoke calmly. "I didn't know that the young lord had arrived at Luo Dimension. Please forgive me, young lord." Emissary Zhang laughed coldly. "Forgive me? Luo Tian, are you joking? If I'm not wrong, then you should have been aware that the young lord and I had just arrived at Luo City. However, you didn't come and even allowed the powers in your city to look for trouble with the young lord. Luo Tian suddenly turned to look at Emissary Zhang. "Emissary Zhang, according to rank, you're my subordinate. Please watch your tone." Emissary Zhang's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and a cold glow flickered within them. However, Luo Tian didn't care at all. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly chuckled lightly. "You're Luo Tian, right?" Luo Tian looked at Yi Xian. "Yes, young lord." Yi Xian stood up and walked over to stand before Luo Tian, and he looked Luo Tian in the eyes. "Answer the question that Emissary Zhang asked you earlier." Luo Tian looked at Yi Xian and remained silent. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "I'll give you one last chance. Answer me now, right now." Luo Tian remained silent for a moment before he said, "I don't want to answer you." "How dare you?" Emissary Zhang suddenly exploded with rage, and he smashed his fist towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian turned around and smashed his fist out as well. Bang! As soon as their fists collided, the entire restaurant shattered. A terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire Luo City. The entire Luo City was shocked. Someone actually dared to make a move in Luo City? It didn't take long for a few tens of thousands of formidable auras to shoot into the sky from within Luo City, and they instantly arrived around the restaurant and surrounded it. Meanwhile, all the powers within Luo City had set out as well. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion was the fastest to act. The president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's branch, Lan Qing, was the first to arrive at the scene, and he was first stunned when he saw the confrontational atmosphere here. After that, he immediately stood on Yi Xian's side. At the same time, Countless experts from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion arrived behind him. In midair, Emissary Zhang stared fixedly at Luo Tian. You intend to rebel? Luo Tian's expression was calm. Rebel? Emissary Zhang, are you joking? As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian and said, according to my knowledge, the young lord doesn't hold any position in the Yang clan. Since he doesn't hold any position, then he can't order us around. Emissary Zhang flared up with rage when he heard this. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly chuckled. Brother Zhang, don't be angry. Emissary Zhang hesitated for a moment when he heard Yi Xian, and then he stood respectfully behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at Luo Tian, and Luo Tian's expression was calm. Yi Xian smiled. Let me guess. The reason you dared to act in this way is definitely because you have something to rely on. It's definitely someone from within the Yang clan. As he spoke, he grinned. I thought of someone, my older sister, Yang Nianxue. Yang Nianxue. Emissary Zhang's expression instantly changed when he heard this. He naturally knew of Yang Nianxue. Actually, there were many times when everyone felt that Yang Nianxue was the true young lord of the Yang clan. Because Yi Xian had practically never made an appearance in the past. The only reason everyone knew of Yi Xian was because they'd only found out about him recently. Emissary Zhang suddenly spoke in a low voice. I understand now. He's from the eldest young Miss's line. The eldest young Miss. Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang and smiled. My older sister stayed in the Yang clan, and many people followed her, right? Emissary Zhang nodded. There were many people by the eldest young Miss's side, and they wanted to protect her. Young lord, you suddenly appeared. As he spoke, he looked at Luo Tian. They think that your appearance threatens the eldest young Miss's position, and they're afraid that you'll seize the position of patriarch. Yi Xian turned to glance at Luo Tian, and he was speechless. He hadn't expected that he'd actually encounter such a melodramatic situation. Of course, he knew that it wasn't his older sister's idea, and it was his older sister's subordinates who'd made the decision on their own. However, he was also speechless. What are Luo Tian and the others thinking? Isn't Dad still alive? Are they starting an internal strife just like that? Meanwhile, Luo Tian suddenly spoke. If there's nothing else, young lord, then I'll be taking my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Although he supported Yang Nianxue, he wouldn't dare to act against Yi Xian even if he was given 100 guts. What a joke. Even if he really killed Yi Xian, would he be able to live? He definitely wouldn't be able to live. However, he didn't need to care too much about Yi Xian. After all, as he'd said, although Yi Xian was the young lord, he didn't have an actual position. Moreover, the young lord Yi Xian hadn't been officially announced yet. In short, he was on Yang Nianxue's side, and it wasn't just him. The people behind him were on Yang Nianxue's side as well. At this time, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes, and he had to stand on the right side. The colder he was to Yi Xian, the more support he would receive from the people behind him. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait. Luo Tian stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian, but he didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled faintly. I'm very unhappy. He knew that he had to establish his authority today, otherwise, no one in the Yang clan would pay any attention to him in the future. Although he didn't care about the Yang clan's power, he was still the young lord of the Yang clan. How could he let these people look down on him? Many times it was like this. You couldn't fight, and if you didn't fight, others would think you were a coward, weak and easy to bully. Luo Tian looked at Yi Xian. Then what does the young lord want to do? Yi Xian turned to look at Lan Qing and smiled. Can you help me contact Miss Qing Guan? Lan Qing nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. Help me contact her. Lan Qing nodded, opened his palm, and a token soared into the sky. The next moment, the depths of the starry sky split open, and a phantom image appeared in the sky. Soon Qing Guan's image appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Qing Guan was in an underground palace, holding a compass in her hand. On the compass, a tiny array was spinning. At this moment, Qing Guan suddenly turned her head. When she saw Yi Xian, she was slightly stunned, and then smiled. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Qing Guan, I need your help. Qing Guan smiled. What help? Yi Xian looked at Qing Guan. I need to borrow people. Qing Guan was stunned, and then said, "Borrow people?" Yi Xian nodded. "I want to replace the sector lord of Luocheng, so I need to borrow some people from you." Everyone. Qin Guan looked at Yi Xian. "You want to clean up the Yang clan's internal people?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." After a moment of silence, Qin Guan said, "There are many people who support your sister." Yi Xian laughed. "Then I'll clean them all up." Qin Guan smiled. "Are you going to rebel?" Yi Xian nodded. "Then I'll rebel." At the side, Emissary Zhang's expression froze, and his body started to tremble. It's over. This young master wants to rebel. He even wants to join forces with outsiders to attack the Yang clan. What should I do? In the starry sky, the corners of Qin Guan's mouth curled up slightly. "Borrow." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a black command token suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. "Activate it." Meanwhile, Luo Tian spoke in a low voice. "Pavilion Master Qin Guan, are you sure you want to go against the Yang clan?" Qin Guan blinked, and then she looked at Yi Xian. "What about your father?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "If father makes a move, then I'll call him younger sister." Qin Guan snapped her fingers and looked at Luo Tian. "If Uncle Yang doesn't come out of his seclusion, I'll destroy your Yang clan." As she spoke, she pondered for a moment, touched her small cloth bag, and said with a smile, "It really doesn't seem to be difficult. I seem to be a little arrogant, hee. Everyone. P.S. No more tickets. I have an idea. 7017K. Chapter 2386. Luo Tian instantly flared up with rage when he heard Qin Guan. How presumptuous. Qin Guan paid no attention to him, and she gazed at Yi Xian instead. "I'll give you another command token." As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a golden command token floated over to Yi Xian. Moreover, the command token she'd given Yi Xian earlier was black. Qin Guan smiled. "Go play by yourself. I'm going to get busy." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I borrowed a lot of money from your people." Qin Guan stopped and turned around to look at Yi Xian. "How much did you borrow?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Over 4 billion universe veins." Qin Guan thought for a moment and said, "Then what do you intend to do?" Yi Xian laughed bitterly. "I can't return it to you in a short period of time." Qin Guan smiled. "Then don't return it. Just take it as me sponsoring your academy." Lan Qing's expression froze. Yi Xian blinked. "Sponsoring an academy?" Qin Guan nodded. "I understand your academy. It's not bad, and I can tell that you're serious. Of course, I want to sponsor something that's so meaningful. Not only can I sponsor money, but I can also sponsor some ancient books. However, I have a small request." Yi Xian was slightly curious. "What request?" Qin Guan said seriously. "Persist?" Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "I will." Qin Guan smiled. "That's good. I have some things to do. I'll help you once I'm done. At that time, I'll make Huaxiao Academy merge with Guanxian Academy, and we'll establish Guanxian Academy together." Yi Xian grinned. "All right." With Qin Guan joining them, Guanxian Academy would be like a tiger that had grown wings. They had money if they wanted it. They had people if they wanted it. Without saying anything more, Qin Guan turned around and disappeared. After Qin Guan vanished, Lan Qing glanced at Yi Xian, and his expression became slightly strange. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He knew that Qin Guan and Yi Xian knew each other, but what he didn't know was that the relationship between Qin Guan and Yi Xian was a bit interesting. This young master Yi might even become the male owner of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Rejoicing. Fortunately, he had formed a good karma with this person. Otherwise, things would get out of hand. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the black token in his hand. He didn't waste any time and directly activated it. Boom. The black token suddenly transformed into a beam of black light that shot into the sky. In the next moment, the beam of black light disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Yi Xian raised his head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. It didn't take long for two mysterious experts in black robes to suddenly walk out from there. The two mysterious powerhouses took a step forward and arrived right in front of Yi Xian. When they arrived at the scene, the entire Luoqing trembled. and then became illusory. The Godrank realm. Luo Tian's expression instantly became solemn when he witnessed this scene. The two mysterious experts bowed respectfully to Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around to glance at Luo Tian. Take him down. Luo Tian's expression instantly changed drastically. You. Meanwhile, the two mysterious experts charged at Luo Tian. Two Godrank realm experts. Luo Tian was astounded, and he hurriedly spoke furiously. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, the experts behind him were about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian glanced coldly at them. Who dares? Bang! A ray of blood-red light shot into the sky from within Yi Xian. In an instant, a strand of terrifying bloodline pressure enveloped all the experts of Luo City. The expressions of the experts of Luo City changed violently when they sensed the terrifying bloodline pressure, and they didn't dare move again. Yi Xian was a genuine young master. Attacking the young master was a true act of rebellion. Meanwhile, Emissary Zhang hurriedly stood on guard by Yi Xian's side, and he glanced coldly at the experts of Luo City. He'd been slightly panicked just now. He was really panicked when Yi Xian joined forces with outsiders to cause trouble for the Yang clan. But when he thought about it from another perspective, he realized that it was impossible for Yi Xian to rebel. Yi Xian was the young master. A genuine young master of the Yang clan. Yi Xian's objective was probably to establish his might. Yi Xian glanced at Emissary Zhang and grinned. Needless to say, Emissary Zhang was really not bad, and he deserved to be fostered properly. At the side, the experts of Celestial Treasure Pavilion that Lan Qing brought with him guarded around Yi Xian. Ever since he heard what Qing Guan said, Lan Qing had already treated Yi Xian as the future master of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. If he didn't show off now, he might not have the chance in the future. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked up, and deep in the starry sky, Luo Tian had been completely suppressed. Yi Xian retracted his gaze and looked at Emissary Zhang. Now you'll temporarily take over Luo world. As he spoke, he glanced at the experts of Luo City. Kill anyone who isn't convinced. Then he walked towards the distance. Emissary Zhang hurriedly said, Yes, sir. As he spoke, he glanced at the experts of Luo world. Do you listen to Luo Tian or the young master? Everyone's expression was slightly ugly. Listen to Luo Tian or the young master. Emissary Zhang's gaze gradually turned cold when he saw them hesitate. This place had become a small country, and the emperor was far away. These people only knew about Luo Tian, but they didn't know about the Yang clan. Emissary Zhang aroused killing intent. However, he didn't attack. As a subordinate, the greatest taboo was to make decisions on his own. Emissary Zhang hurriedly followed Yi Xian, who was in the distance. Lan Qing glanced at Luo Tian, who was besieged in the sky, and then he shook his head. He knew that Luo Tian was finished. Unless the Yang clan really wanted Yang Yanxue to inherit the clan, or Yi Xian didn't have a good relationship with Yang Yanxue. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have no chance of survival. A tiny subordinate dared to disobey the young master, and that was equivalent to breaking the rules. He naturally knew that Luo Tian wanted to show his loyalty. However, Luo Tian didn't understand that Luo Tian was just a fucking nobody. Luo Tian couldn't even be considered to be cannon fodder before the entire Yang clan, so what the fuck was he trying to show his loyalty for? Intelligence. Lan Qing shook his head and sighed. It was better to read more when one was free, so as to avoid one's intelligence not being sufficient and being doomed. Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang arrived at the city governor's estate. After they entered the estate, Yi Xian noticed that there wasn't a single soul within the estate. Obviously, they'd found out about what had occurred in the restaurant. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. Needless to say, the estate was huge, and it was like an imperial palace. Yi Xian chuckled lightly. It's suitable to be an academy. An academy? Emissary Zhang turned around to look at Yi Xian. Young master intends to establish an academy here? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Emissary Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, forgive me for asking too much, but if you intend to establish a formidable power, then you're entirely capable of directly inheriting the Yang clan. Yi Xian shook his head. It's different. Emissary Zhang was slightly curious. What's different? Yi Xian smiled. The academy I established is quite different from the original intention of the Yang clan. It's unrealistic to change the entire Yang clan at once. Therefore, I can only rely on the Yang clan to develop an academy and slowly change the entire Yang clan in the end. Emissary Zhang was a little excited. Young master wants to fight for the position of crown prince? Yi Xian smiled. It's mine to begin with. Why bother fighting for it? After saying that, he walked into the distance. Emissary Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, Eldest miss? Yi Xian didn't even turn his head. If elder sister wants it, I'll give it to her. In any case, there's no difference between her and me. Emissary Zhang was slightly stunned when he heard that. The next moment he shook his head and smiled. Luo Tian was gone. In the beginning, he also thought that the relationship between Yi Xian and Yang Nianxue wasn't good, but now it seemed that the relationship between the siblings was very good. Since the siblings had a good relationship, then wouldn't Luo Tian be a fool? Yi Xian arrived at a quiet hall. There was a statue within the hall, and it was the statue of the green-clothed man. Yi Xian grinned as he gazed at the statue. Brother Zhang. Emissary Zhang suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian pointed at the statue and said, Remove this one. Then replace it with mine. Emissary Zhang was speechless. Emissary Zhang obeyed in the end, and it didn't take long for the statue within the hall to be replaced by Yi Xian. Yi Xian sat within the room. The two mysterious experts he'd called over earlier walked into the room, and there was another person between them. It was Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian's body was gone, and only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul was chained up by a red iron chain. The two mysterious experts brought Luo Tian over to Yi Xian, and then they bowed respectfully. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you for your trouble. The two mysterious experts hurriedly shook their heads, and then respectfully retreated to the side. Yi Xian looked at Luo Tian and smiled. Lord Luo Tian, from now on, I will take over the Luo world. Luo Tian glared at Yi Xian. What right do you have? Yi Xian smiled, and just as he was about to speak, an old man suddenly walked into the hall. As soon as the old man walked into the hall, the two mysterious experts beside Yi Xian suddenly raised their heads, and then their gazes locked onto the old man. The old man ignored their gazes, and slowly walked in front of Yi Xian. He cupped his fists. Young master, I am Zhao Nie, the lord of the firmament world. Luo Tian is my subordinate. Yi Xian smiled. You came so quickly, Zhao Nie said solemnly. Young master, Luo Tian didn't do anything wrong. Why are you treating him like this? Yi Xian looked Zhao Nie in the eye. Are you questioning me? Zhao Nie's expression was calm. I don't dare. It's just that Luo Tian didn't do anything wrong, yet young master is treating him like this. This is truly unreasonable, and it disappoints us subordinates. Yi Xian fell silent. Meanwhile, an old man by Yi Xian's side spoke abruptly. How laughable. You're just a subordinate, yet you're actually questioning your master. Who gave you the guts? They knew about the relationship between Yi Xian and Qin Guan, so they treated Yi Xian as one of their own. Zhao Nie glanced at the mysterious expert, and then he said calmly, Sir, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion has interfered in the internal affairs of my Yang clan. I've already reported this matter, and I hope your pavilion master can give me a reasonable explanation. Yi Xian said with a smile. Explain? What explanation? As he spoke, he stood up and walked over to Zhao Nie. In the past, I didn't care much about my identity as the young master, but now I've changed my mind. I want to inherit the family business. I want to be the second generation. Zhao Nie's expression was calm. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, Cut the crap. Call for help. Ask the strongest person behind you to come out. It just so happens that I haven't called him father for a long time. Come, you call the big shot behind you, and I'll call my dad. Let's compete. Zhao Nie. 7017K. Chapter 2387. Who was the strongest person in the Yang clan? The green-robed man. Who was Yi Xian's father? The green-robed man. Zhao Nie was silent. The green-robed swordmaster was not someone he could come into contact with. However, if Yi Xian wanted to call him that, wouldn't it be a simple matter? They were father and son. Would Yi Xian dare to go against them? Would they dare to go against him? Thinking of this, Zhao Nie sighed. He suddenly realized that they were destined to lose this battle as soon as it began. Thinking of this, Zhao Nie sighed. He stood up and bowed. Young master, this is our fault. Please be magnanimous. Yi Xian suddenly stood up and slashed with his sword. Qi. Not far away, Luo Tian's soul was slashed by a ray of sword light. In an instant, Luo Tian's soul was absorbed. Seeing this, Zhao Nie's expression changed. He looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, Young. At this moment, 3 auras enveloped his body. 3 upper gods. Zhao Nie was shocked and did not dare to act up. Yi Xian looked at Zhao Nie and smiled. Magnanimous? I am not that magnanimous. Zhao Nie stared at Yi Xian and did not speak. Emissary Zhang looked at Zhao Nie coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Whether it was Luo Tian or Zhao Nie, they were not that respectful towards Yi Xian. Under normal circumstances, these people did not have the right to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. You are from the firmament world? Hearing this, Zhao Nie was on guard. Young master, you. Yi Xian's lips curled up. From now on, I am in charge of the firmament world. Zhao Nie's expression turned cold. Young master, you have no position and no right. Yi Xian suddenly said. The Yang clan was founded by my father, so it belongs to my family. Since the firmament world belongs to my family, isn't it normal for me to take it back? Zhao Nie looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, The 2 seniors of Celestial Treasure Pavilion invite Realm Lord Zhao to drink tea. At this moment, Zhao Nie's body suddenly became illusory. An old man from Celestial Treasure Pavilion said solemnly, Young Master Yi, it's too late. He left. Yi Xian frowned. Zhao Nie gazed at Yi Xian in silence, and it didn't take long for him to vanish completely. How dare you? At this moment, Emissary Zhang suddenly flew into a rage. These people dare to look down on you, young master. This is too presumptuous. Yi Xian laughed and said, I am rarely in the clan, it is normal that they do not recognize me. Emissary Zhang's face turned cold. This is not normal. They are committing a crime. Yi Xian smiled and said, Take care of them slowly. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. This was Luo Tian's spatial ring. Yi Xian glanced at the spatial ring, and there were a total of 700 million universe veins in it. 700 million. It wasn't a small amount. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. He put away the spatial ring and looked at Emissary Zhang. Help me send a message to Guanxian Academy's Qingqiu. Ask her to personally come here and take over Luo World. Emissary Zhang bowed slightly. All right, Yi Xian added. By the way, you should also send some competent people here to help manage it. Guanxian Academy lacked people the most, and Emissary Zhang's God World should have many talents. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Emissary Zhang bowed slightly. All right, this subordinate will arrange it. As soon as he finished speaking, he left silently. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and looked at the 2 mysterious experts behind him. He took out the golden token that Qin Guan gifted him and asked, Seniors, what kind of expert can this token summon? One of them said solemnly, An expert above High God. Above High God. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The experts under Qin Guan were very terrifying. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian asked again, Seniors, why do you listen to Miss Qin Guan? One of them smiled and said, Pavilion Master Qin is very generous. The other person nodded hurriedly. Very generous. Yi Xian was speechless. Without a doubt, these 2 fellows were bribed by money. The Tao of money was invincible. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile and collected his thoughts. Then he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. He now had a total of 7 billion universe veins. He had to say, he had never been so rich before. Breakthrough to soul formation stage? Yi Xian immediately returned to Xiaota. He decided to break through to the soul formation stage. Now that he had money and time, he could break through to the soul formation stage. Otherwise, he felt like his cultivation base would soon be insufficient. His enemies were becoming more and more powerful. After returning to Xiaota, Yi Xian used a deity to break through to the soul formation stage. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Brother Bai, can you really help me increase my cultivation base without any upper limit? The deity was silent for a moment before replying. Any cultivation base that you already know is fine. However, it will also depend on your own situation. You can increase your cultivation base by 2 stages at most. Any higher and your body and consciousness won't be able to withstand it. Yi Xian said in a solemn voice, Brother Bai, I am still curious about something. You are the executor of fate, which means that you know the fate of Dao Yi, right? The deity was a little wary. What do you want to do? Yi Xian smiled. I am just curious. The deity was silent for a moment before replying. You are right. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. In other words, do you know when Dao Yi or a living being will die? The deity said. Yes. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The deity was on guard. What do you want to do? Yi Xian said in a solemn voice. I think I can become a fortune teller in the future. I can charge a fee for fortune telling. The deity said. You don't do anything stupid. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Why? The deity sighed in a low voice. What you do is equivalent to revealing heaven's secrets. Revealing heaven's secrets will have serious consequences. Yi Xian was a little curious. What consequences? The deity was silent for a long time before finally saying nothing. Consequences? What consequences? It found that there really seemed to be no consequences. Who would dare to punish this idiot? In any case, it didn't dare. The deity sighed in a low voice. Young Master Yi, if you reveal heaven's secrets, think about it. If a person knows in advance when he will die, what will he do? Yi Xian said. To change his own fate. The deity said. Yes. But under normal circumstances he can't change it. Yi Xian was a little curious. Why can't he change it? The deity said in a deep voice. A person will die for a reason. His death is only an effect. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before saying. You are the executor of fate. In other words, your master is the controller of fate. He controls the fate of all living beings. Whoever he wants to die will die, right? The deity said, No. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Explain it to me. The deity was silent for a moment before saying, I am just a pen. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Xiao Tao suddenly said, Lousy pen, can you read my fate? The deity said indifferently, You will die a horrible death. F***ck. Xiao Tao suddenly said angrily, Lousy pen, are you unhappy with me? The deity said angrily, You just found out? I have been unhappy with you for a long time, okay? Xiao Tao said, One-on-one. The deity said, One-on-one then. Xiao Tao said, My master is Green Shirt Swordsman. My sister is Heaven's Fate. You choose. The deity said angrily, Is this a one-on-one fight? Ah? Xiao Tao said indifferently, You can also call for help. The deity. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. He ignored the 2 quarreling fellows. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started absorbing the universe veins. With enough universe veins, he would have the confidence to cultivate. While Yi Xian was cultivating, Qingqiu came to Luo World. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Qingqiu sat at the head seat. Not far in front of her was Emissary Zhang, and a group of people from the upper god realm. Emissary Zhang looked at Qingqiu with a respectful expression. He knew that the relationship between this little girl and Yi Xian was not ordinary. What surprised him was that he actually felt that this little girl was very dangerous. Very dangerous. Qingqiu was only an ancestor god, but she gave him a very dangerous feeling. This shocked him. Qingqiu said with a smile. So those people from Luo World are still here? Emissary Zhang collected his thoughts and nodded. Yes. However, I'm afraid they won't be easy to use. After all, they are from Luo Heaven. Qingqiu blinked. That's easy. Find a few people to kill, and they will be very obedient. Emissary Zhang's expression froze. Qingqiu stood up and walked slowly to the entrance of the main hall. She looked up into the distance and said softly, Luo World is very big. We need more people. Not only do I need powerful people, but I also need people who are cultured. Emissary Zhang nodded. I'll do it. Qing Qiu nodded slightly. Besides that, we need to take over the entire Luo world. Since we want to take over the entire Luo world, we have to deal with the forces in Luo world. Help me tell them that the order in Luo world will be set by Guanchuan Academy. Emissary Zhang hesitated and said, if that's the case, will it cause chaos in Luo world? Qing Qiu smiled and said, just kill a group of people. Emissary Zhang was embarrassed. Why is this little girl more violent than young Master Yi? Qing Qiu asked abruptly. What's the name of that person who disrespected my brother? Emissary Zhang was stunned, and then he said, Zhao Nye. He's the Lord of Firmament World. Firmament World is more than double the size of our Luo world, and he's at least a third-level High God Realm expert. Qing Qiu's eyes narrowed. Zhao Nye. As she spoke, she looked up into the sky. In the next moment, she closed her eyes slowly, and it didn't take long for the space in the distance to warp. Emissary Zhang was stunned. What's she trying to do? It didn't take long for an image to appear in the sky, and it gradually solidified. It was Zhao Nye. Emissary Zhang was completely stunned by this scene. What's she trying to do? At this moment, Zhao Nye seemed to have sensed something as well, and he immediately turned around to look at Qing Qiu. Qing Qiu looked at Zhao Nye and opened her palm. Sword. Bang. Suddenly, a sword tore through the sky above Zhao Nye. Qing Qiu's face was expressionless. Slash. The sword descended in a straight line. Bang. Zhao Nye didn't even have time to react before the sword entered the top of his head. In an instant, Zhao Nye was instantly wiped out. What the fuck? Emissary Zhang fell onto his chair, and his face was filled with disbelief. Qing Qiu clapped her hands, and then she turned around to look at Emissary Zhang. Don't tell my brother that I know how to use a sword. Emissary Zhang was speechless. Qing Qiu was about to leave when she suddenly looked to the right and blinked. Brother has reached the soul formation realm. As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, and she instantly advanced from the ancestor god realm to the soul formation realm. Emissary Zhang was dumbfounded, and his entire body went numb. P.S. It's autumn and the weather is getting colder. 7017K. Chapter 2388. She had reached the soul formation stage from the ancestral god realm, and it had happened in an instant. Emissary Zhang felt like his brain was lacking. The most terrifying thing was that this little girl had just killed Zhao Nye with a single slash of her sword. That Zhao Nye was at least a level 3 upper immortal realm expert. What kind of little girl was she? Emissary Zhang looked at Qing Qiu as if he was looking at a monster, his heart filled with shock. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared at the door. At this moment, Yi Xian had reached the soul formation stage. Seeing Yi Xian, Qing Qiu smiled sweetly. Brother. Yi Xian was about to speak when he sized up Qing Qiu and was shocked. You've reached the soul formation stage? Qing Qiu nodded. Yi Xian was a little curious. When did you reach it? Qing Qiu giggled. Just now. Isn't it a coincidence? Yi Xian glanced at Qing Qiu, and then he said, You broke through just now? Qing Qiu nodded hurriedly. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian gently rubbed Qing Qiu's little head and said with a smile, You're amazing. Qing Qiu smiled slightly. Brother, how's your human realm sword intent? Yi Xian opened his palm, and a gust of sword intent slowly floated out of his palm. Human realm sword intent. Yi Xian looked at the sword intent in his hand with a solemn expression. After not seeing it for a long time, he realized that his sword intent had become stronger again. At this moment, Qing Qiu suddenly said, It's not enough. Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu and Qing Qiu said in a low voice, Brother's sword intent is not even at the initial level. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Initial level? Qing Qiu nodded. When I can use my sword intent to destroy a world like the Luo realm, then I'll be at the initial level. Yi Xian was speechless. Emissary Zhang hesitated for a moment before he said, He's going to crush Luo dimension with pure sword intent? Qing Qiu nodded. Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Qing Qiu was expressionless. Is it very difficult? I think it's very simple. Emissary Zhang. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He didn't think that Qing Qiu was lying. After all, who was the girl in front of him? Qing Qiu suddenly said, "Brother, leave the sword intent to me. I want your sword Dao to improve rapidly. I'm off to work." With that, she turned around and left. After leaving the main hall, Qing Qiu started to get busy. She wanted to change the entire Luo world. Luo world was big enough. If everyone in Luo world believed in Yi Xian, then Yi Xian's mortal world sword intent would change. Of course, this was not a simple matter. Yi Xian's sword Dao was destined to not be successful in one step. He could only do it slowly. In the main hall, Yi Xian was listening to Emissary Zhang's report. Emissary Zhang didn't dare to say anything about Zhao Nye. If Qing Qiu could kill Zhao Nye in a second, then she could kill him in a second too. He still didn't dare to provoke Qing Qiu. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "How is Zhao Nye in Song World?" Emissary Zhang's expression froze. What else could he do? He's gone. Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang. What's wrong? Emissary Zhang shook his head. Young master, you have to solve one thing. Many people in Yang family don't respect you. With that, he hesitated before asking, "Can you contact Swordmaster?" Yi Xian laughed. "If I have to look for my father for such a small matter, then wouldn't I be too useless?" Emissary Zhang said in a deep voice. "But one word from Swordmaster can change your current situation." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "It's different. Although I am the Yang family's young master, I have to make the Yang family submit to me. Even if my father knew about my current situation, he wouldn't care about me. If I don't even have this ability, how can I manage the entire Yang family?" Emissary Zhang nodded. "That's true." Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang and smiled. "Follow me. When I am in power, you will be my right-hand man." Hearing this, Emissary Zhang immediately knelt down. This subordinate is willing to follow young master forever, even if it means death. Yi Xian blinked. "If I fight with my father, who will you help?" Emissary Zhang looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. Yi Xian smiled. "Who will you help?" After struggling for a while, Emissary Zhang gritted his teeth. "I will follow young master. From today onwards, I will follow young master and not the Yang family." Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang for a while and helped him up. "You're at the first level upper god state now, right?" Emissary Zhang nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "What do I need to reach the second level?" Emissary Zhang said in a deep voice. "Money." Yi Xian asked, "How much?" After a moment of silence, Emissary Zhang said, "At least 1.5 billion. After saying that, he looked at Yi Xian with anticipation. Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "Forget it. Pretend I didn't ask anything just now." After saying that, he turned around and left. Emissary Zhang was petrified on the spot. At this moment, a storage ring suddenly floated in front of Emissary Zhang. There were 1.5 billion in the storage ring. At the same time, Yi Xian's voice came from afar. "Come." Emissary Zhang was overjoyed. He quickly kept the storage ring and chased after him. Yi Xian did not stay in the Luo world. Instead, he used the green profound sword to travel through time and space, and arrived at the Wenren clan. He had spent more than 1 billion on Wenren back then. This money could not be spent in vain. As for Emissary Zhang, he had already arranged for him to cultivate in Xiaota. If he cultivated outside, who knew how long it would take for him to reach the second level upper god state? When Yi Xian arrived at the Wenren clan, Yi Xian instantly felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the Wenren clan was very tense. Inside the main hall, Wenren Lan led a group of people and was confronting the Wenren clan's patriarch, Wenren Yun. Wenren Yun looked at Wenren Lan in front of him. "Are you trying to force me to abdicate?" Wenren Lan's expression was calm. "Dad, why don't you think about it from another perspective? Look, your daughter is so outstanding. Shouldn't you be happy?" Wenren Yin was furious. "Happy? Why should I be happy when you want to force me to abdicate?" Wenren Lan looked at Wenren Yin. "I'm your daughter." Wenren Yin stared fixedly at Wenren Lan. "Is there a daughter who would force me to abdicate like you?" Wenren Yin sighed softly. "Dad, Let's get straight to the point. Are you going to abdicate? Wenren Yun's expression was calm. No. Wenren Lan nodded. She stood up and said, summon the ancestor. I want the ancestor to decide. Everyone was speechless. Bang. Meanwhile, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared within the Wenren clan. In the next moment, a ray of white light appeared within the main hall. The God State. Even though it was only a strand of a soul, its aura was so formidable that all the experts present here felt an invisible pressure. Meanwhile, an old man appeared within the main hall. It was the ancestor of the Wenren clan. Everyone hurriedly bowed when they saw the ancestor of the Wenren clan. However, the ancestor of the Wenren clan didn't say anything. He just looked up into the distance and smiled. Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet me? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and they hurriedly turned to look outside the main hall. Meanwhile, a man appeared at the entrance to the main hall. It was Yi Xian. Wenren Lan was first stunned when she saw Yi Xian, and then she was delighted. She hurriedly ran over to Yi Xian and smiled. Why are you here? Yi Xian smiled. I'm here to see you. Wenren Lan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. There are many people here. Why are you saying such mushy words? Ha! Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Mushy. Are my words mushy? Fuck. Yi Xian felt like his brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Meanwhile, Wenren walked over to Yi Xian, and she smiled. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian looked at Wenren Lan and smiled. Missy, long time no see. Wenren Lan smiled. I never expected that young Master Yi would come to the Wenren clan. Yi Xian laughed. Meanwhile, the Wenren clan's patriarch suddenly looked at Yi Xian and frowned. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at the Wenren clan's patriarch and was about to speak. At this moment, the Wenren clan's ancestor suddenly turned to look at the Wenren clan's patriarch and raised her hand to slap him. Slap. Before everyone could react, the Wenren clan's patriarch was slapped, and his body shattered. Everyone was stunned. The Wenren clan's ancestor was stunned as well. The Wenren clan's ancestor glanced coldly at the Wenren clan's patriarch. If you don't know how to talk, then don't. Wenren Yun was speechless. The Wenren clan's ancestor turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. Little friend, how should I address you? Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. The Wenren clan's ancestor nodded slightly, and then looked at Wenren Lan. Little girl, is this your friend? Wenren Lan nodded. Yes. As she spoke, she bowed slightly. Ancestor, I summoned you here because I want to become the Wenren clan's patriarch. However, my father refuses to give up his position. So, I want you to help me persuade him. The Wenren clan's ancestor had a calm expression on his face. He glanced at Wenren Yun and said, How did you become the patriarch? Wenren Yun was speechless. The Wenren clan's ancestor gazed at Wenren Lan. From this moment onward, you're the patriarch of my Wenren clan. Wenren Lan was slightly stunned, and then she hurriedly said, Thank you, ancestor. The Wenren clan's ancestor glanced at Yi Xian and grinned. This little girl is still young. Little friend, please take care of her. Yi Xian smiled. Of course. The Wenren clan's ancestor nodded. Until next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely. Everyone here was gazing at Yi Xian. No one here was stupid, so they were naturally able to discern the Wenren clan's ancestors' attitude towards Yi Xian. It wasn't just respect, it was slight reverence and flattery. Wenren Lan turned around and gazed at Yi Xian as well. You don't know me, but I really respect you. Yi Xian smiled. Is that so? Wenren Lan glared at Yi Xian. Stop pretending. Yi Xian roared with laughter and said, Congratulations on becoming the patriarch of the Wenren clan. Wenren Lan spoke softly. Didn't you want to establish an academy? Yi Xian nodded. Wenren Lan smiled and said, Send someone. Just let me know if you need anything. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Wenren Lan shook her head. I should be the one thanking you. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Why don't you help me establish an academy? He really lacked manpower right now. Wenren Lan frowned slightly. But I don't study. Yi Xian was speechless. Wenren Lan suddenly said, I'll do it. Yi Xian turned around to look at Wenren Lan. Wenren Lan smiled. Young Master Yi, if you don't worry, then leave it to me. I'll get it done. Yi Xian smiled. That's naturally good. With that he smiled and said, then I'm leaving. If you need anything, just contact me. Wen Renlan suddenly interrupted Yi Xian. You're leaving now? Yi Xian looked at Wen Renlan and smiled. Is there anything else? Wen Renlan looked straight at Yi Xian. You came here to establish an academy? Yi Xian nodded. Wen Renlan flew into a rage. You just said you came to see me. Yi Xian's expression froze. Within the hall, the faces of the Wenren clan experts instantly darkened. The Wenren clan probably wants to change their surname. 7017K. Chapter 2389. As he gazed at the angry Wenren Lan, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. There's no conflict between me coming to see you and running the academy. Wenren Lan glared at Yi Xian and wanted to say something, but Wenren Yun suddenly pulled on her arm and said, You're the patriarch now, be careful with your words. Wenren Lan's face was expressionless. Everyone leave. All the experts of the Wenren clan were speechless. Wenren Lan frowned slightly. Do all of you not understand? We want to have a private conversation. Everyone was speechless. In the end, everyone left. Wenren Lan was the patriarch now, and it was decided by the Wenren clan's ancestor, so no one dared to object. However, the Wenren clan's patriarch, Wenren Yun, hadn't left. At this moment, Wenren Yun was still slightly unwilling. How could he be willing to let his own daughter take the position of patriarch? But he was very clear that he couldn't change anything. He couldn't change the ancestors' decision at all. What he wanted to do now was to build a good relationship with this daughter of his. Wenren Lan glanced at Wenren Yun and was slightly displeased. Dad, can you not disturb us? Go do what you need to do. Wenren Yun's face darkened. I'm your dad. Wenren Lan frowned slightly. I didn't say I wasn't. I just asked you not to disturb us. Wenren Yun hesitated for a moment and said, You're the patriarch of the Wenren clan. You have to remember your identity. Don't be emotional because of a man you... Wenren Lan sighed softly. Dad, do you think he would take a fancy to my Wenren clan? Wenren Yun was stunned. Wenren Lan shook her head. Would a person who could make an ancestor at the High God realm feel such reverence for our Wenren clan's business? Wenren Yun glanced at Yi Xian and fell silent. Wenren Lan shook her head. Leave. Wenren Yun glanced at Yi Xian and laughed in self-ridicule before turning around and leaving. After Wenren Yun left, Wenren Lan looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled. Why are you looking at me? Wenren Lan fell silent for a moment. Go. My sister and I will take care of the academy's matters. Wenren held Wenren Lan's hand and shook her head. Don't be like this. Wenren Lan's face was expressionless as she turned around and disappeared on the spot. Wenren sighed in a low voice. Then she looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, can we talk? Yi Xian laughed and said, Of course. Wenren said softly, She likes you. Yi Xian smiled. I can feel it. Wenren asked, Do you like her? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss Yi, she only likes me. She doesn't love me. Liking and love are two different things. Wenren looked at Yi Xian. Her love is love. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Wenren said, You have a lot of women, right? Yi Xian was speechless. Wenren said softly, This girl is very hot-tempered. She definitely doesn't want to be with you with other women. You are a smart person, so you should have guessed it. So, you don't want to mess with her. But your charm is too great. Yi Xian said with a smile. Am I attractive? Wenren nodded. You are rich, handsome, powerful, and have a strong background. You also know how to make women like you. Most importantly, you are very courageous. When you saved me, you were very domineering. She must have fallen in love with you at that time. Yi Xian thought for a while and said with a smile. Now that you mention it, I find that if I were a woman, I would also fall in love with myself. Wenren was speechless. Xiaotao suddenly said, Young master, can you be more shameless? Yi Xian was speechless. Wenren shook her head and smiled. Young Master Yi, I forgot to tell you. You have another terrible thing about you, which is that you are shameless. Yi Xian's face suddenly darkened. Am I that shameless? Wenren chuckled. Do you like Miss Lan? Yi Xian thought for a while and said, I don't hate her. Wenren's expression froze. Small Tower sighed in a low voice. F***ck young master. Do you know how trashy your words are? Yi Xian said calmly. Then what do you want me to say? I really don't hate her. Xiaotao was speechless. Dedeabi suddenly said, we can't let her come to the Milky Way. In front of Yi Xian, Wenren shook her head and smiled. Young Master Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yi, do you like me? Wenren was slightly stunned. Yi Xian asked again, do you like me? Wenren was silent for a while and said, I don't hate her. As soon as she said that, she was also stunned. Yi Xian smiled. Then he said, I'll come to see you another day. Then he took out a storage ring and put it in Wenren's hand. This is the money for the establishment of the academy. I will send people to help you. Then he turned around and left. Wenren looked at the storage ring in her hand and said nothing. At this time, Wenren Lan appeared next to Wenren. She looked into the distance. Sister, do you like him? Wenren Lan rolled her eyes at Wenren Lan. Silly girl you. Wenren Lan turned around and looked at Wenren Lan. You are always like this. You never dare to look into your heart. Then, she looked into the distance and said softly, Isn't he 100 times better than Muwen? Wenren Lan was silent. Wenren Lan said again, Don't have any psychological burden. Anyway, nothing happened between you and Muwen. Wenren Lan smiled. Silly girl, he is very far away from us. What you see now is only the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Besides, there must be many excellent women around him. Wenren Lan said indifferently, So what? Wenren Lan sighed in her heart. There was a trace of worry in her eyes. After Yi Xian left the Wenren clan, he returned to Qing City. With the Qingxian sword, it was easy for him to go anywhere he wanted. And when he returned to Qing City, he was shocked. The entire Qing province had undergone earth-shaking changes. Today's Qing province, Kinglan Academy had become Guanxian Academy, and Guanxian Academy had become a superpower in Qing province. With the help of Guanxian Academy, the entire Qing province's martial arts civilization rose like a rocket. Yi Xian came to Guanxian Academy. This used to be Kinglan Academy. When he came here, a sense of familiarity arose. Yi Xian smiled. He looked up. Inside the academy, there was the sound of reading from time to time. Yi Xian went directly to Kinglan Palace. In front of Kinglan Palace, there were hundreds of students sitting cross-legged. The sound of reading just now came from these students. And in front of these students, a man was teaching. It was none other than Mo Yunqi. Yi Xian looked at Mo Yunqi and smiled. The current Mo Yunqi was no longer as immature and flashy as before. There was only maturity and steadiness. He had grown up. Yi Xian suddenly thought of the scene when he had just arrived at Kinglan Academy. At that time he was really happy. And Jianji, Xiaoqi, Baizhe full of memories. The smile on Yi Xian's face grew wider. At this moment, Mo Yunqi, who was teaching in the distance, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly raised his head to look at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi was stunned at first, and then he smiled. Why are you back? Hearing this, the students suddenly turned around. When they saw Yi Xian, all of them were stunned. And then they hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dean. Dean. All the students were extremely excited. Because Yi Xian was really too mysterious. Yi Xian rarely came to this academy, and many students who joined the academy had only heard of Yi Xian, but had never seen Yi Xian. Therefore Yi Xian had always been a legendary existence. And at this moment, they had never imagined that the legendary dean would actually return to the academy. Yi Xian glanced at the students and smiled. No need to be so polite. All the students stood up and sized up Yi Xian curiously. Yi Xian smiled. Isn't he much more handsome than the statue? When he arrived, he noticed that there was a statue of him at the foot of the mountain, and it was very large and very long. Hearing Yi Xian's words, all the students instantly laughed. At this moment, a girl around the age of 16 or 17 suddenly ran over to Yi Xian, and she looked at Yi Xian. Dean, you're a swordsman, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The girl blinked. Can I perform? As soon as she finished speaking, her face was filled with anticipation. The other students were the same. Yixian roared with laughter. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and in the next moment, the azure sword suddenly shot into the sky. After it entered the clouds, it shook violently, and then countless swords throughout Azure Prefecture suddenly shook violently before transforming into rays of light that shot into the sky. In the end, they converged in the sky above Guanxian Academy like a river. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of swords had converged in the sky above Guanxian Academy. At this moment, all the experts of Azure Prefecture turned to look at Guanxian Academy. That man has returned. All the students of Guanxian Academy looked up at the hundreds of thousands of swords in the sky, and they were extremely shocked. The current Azure Prefecture's martial arts civilization had far surpassed the past, but there weren't many true swordsman experts, and there wasn't anyone as strong as Yixian. At this moment, Yixian suddenly commanded in his mind, and the hundreds of thousands of swords directly shot into the sky, and went straight into the depths of the starry sky. This one shot caused the entire galaxy to tremble. Yixian suddenly pressed down with his right hand, and the hundreds of thousands of swords fell straight down from the depths of the starry sky, and the entire sky was directly torn apart. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of swords falling straight down, the students below were horrified and retreated one after another. However, when the swords arrived several thousand feet above Guanxian Academy, all the swords suddenly stopped in unison. Seeing this scene, the students immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. With a flick of his sleeve, all the swords suddenly transformed into rays of light that vanished in the sky, returning to their rightful owners. Yixian opened his palm, and the azure sword returned to his hand. He looked at the little girl in front of him and smiled. Am I handsome? The little girl nodded vigorously. Handsome. Yixian laughed heartily. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, Young lord, I also want to show off. Yixian. P.S. Thank you, vast blue starry sky. Old you once said book friend 565425577. One Sword urges updates, waiting for readers to tip. There are still many readers, so forgive me for not being able to list them one by one. Sorry, thank you for your usual tips and votes. I dare not guarantee that I will read other comments, but for those that tip and vote, I will definitely read them every day, and update them at any time. Thank you for your tips and support. Love you all. 7017K. Chapter 2390. Hearing Xiaota's words, Yixian's face darkened. You're going to pretend too? Xiaota said. That's right. Since Little Soul has done it, let me do it too. Yixian said with a smile. How do you want to pretend? Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, Watch me. With that he suddenly rushed out of Yixian's body. Boom. A golden light shot into the sky. Rumble. In an instant, a huge tower suddenly appeared in the sky above Guanxian Academy. This huge tower was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, covering the sky and covering the sun. Seeing this huge tower, all the students present were stunned. Someone exclaimed, What a huge tower! It should be able to store a lot of things. Yixian. In the sky, Xiaota suddenly trembled violently. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure swept down from the sky. Boom. In an instant, the entire firmament world was in an uproar. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This Xiaota could totally destroy the entire firmament world. Yixian's expression also changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Xiaota, that's enough. In the sky, Xiaota laughed loudly. Young master, I haven't had enough of pretending. Yixian's face instantly darkened. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly turned into a golden light and descended. Boom. In an instant, the entire firmament world was directly stored into Xiaota's body. Yixian. Inside Xiaota, everyone was dumbfounded. Soon, someone discovered that the flow of time inside Xiaota was different from the outside. Uproar. Inside Xiaota, countless students were completely in an uproar. Seeing this scene, Yixian frowned. With a thought, Xiaota directly turned into a golden light and disappeared. Everything returned to normal. In the field, an Xian and the students were still in shock. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, why are you stopping me? Let me pretend a little longer." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi said abruptly, "Everyone study by yourselves. Self-study." When the students heard Mo Yunqi's words, none of them moved. They were still surrounding Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'll have a chat with your instructor." Hearing this, those students retreated unwillingly. Mo Yunqi walked in front of Yi Xian. He sized up Yi Xian, then smiled. "Why did you suddenly think of coming back?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I missed you guys." Mo Yunqi shook his head. "As if I'd believe you." Yi Xian laughed. "Let's go." Mo Yunqi nodded. As the two of them walked to the side, Yi Xian said softly, "Great changes have taken place in the Green Province." Mo Yunqi smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "That's a good thing." Mo Yunqi nodded. "According to what I know, you don't just want to change the Green Province, you want to change the entire universe." Yi Xian nodded. Mo Yunqi turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You weren't like this in the past." Yi Xian smiled and said, "What was I like in the past?" Mo Yunqi said softly, "At that time, you valued loyalty and relationships, but it was only limited to your friends and family." Yi Xian fell silent. Mo Yunqi smiled and said, "The current you has changed a lot." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I've experienced a lot." Mo Yunqi nodded. "I can tell." Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he smiled and said, "Once I fulfill my wish in the future, I'll return to Green Province to be a teacher." Mo Yunqi roared with laughter. "You're welcome. But my intuition tells me that this day probably won't come." Yi Xian turned to look at Mo Yunqi. "Why?" Mo Yunqi said in a low voice, "Intuition." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Brother Bai, you're the executor of fate, so you should know a lot." The deity fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I don't know your fate." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" The deity said indifferently, "There are two big shots who have changed your fate, so you're not under my control at all. My master can control you, but..." At this point he didn't continue speaking. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "In other words, my future fate is unknown?" The deity said, "Yes. However, I think it's unlikely that you'll come back to teach." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" The deity said indifferently, "Intuition." Yi Xian. The deity said again, "Young Master Yi, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Although you have 3 big shots supporting you, but my intuition tells me that your future might not be so good. Don't ask me why, it's just intuition." Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Ta said indifferently, "Young master, don't panic. As long as Sister Tianming is here, you will be here. Sister Tianming is the eternal God." The deity sighed softly. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Stupid Ta, are you questioning Sister Tianming?" The deity said angrily, "Stupid Ta, don't speak without thinking. When did I question heaven's fate?" Xiao Ta said indifferently, "Then do you think what I said makes sense?" The deity was silent for a moment, and then he said, "I don't want to talk nonsense with an uncultured stupid Ta like you. You don't know anything, only know how to act cool." Xiao Ta. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, retracting his thoughts. He was about to speak, when Mo Yunqi suddenly said, "You guys talk." With that he turned and left. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Not far away, a woman was standing there. The person who came was Jianji. Today Jianji was wearing a pure white dress. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and there was a long saber at her waist. This was what Yi Xian had given her back then. In Jianji's hand, there was also a chicken drumstick. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He walked in front of Jianji, and then said with a smile, "Anji, long time no see." Jianji nodded slightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's walk together." Jianji nodded. The two of them walked towards the back of the mountain. On the way, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Jianji's hand. Jianji hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose not to break free. Yi Xian pulled Ji Anji into the distance. He turned to look at Ji Anji and said with a smile, "Is the chicken drumstick delicious?" Ji Anji lowered his head slightly. "You cook delicious." Yi Xian laughed. He opened his palm. And the Qingxian sword suddenly turned into a sword light and disappeared into the distance. Not long after, the Qingxian sword returned in front of Yi Xian. And on the tip of the Qingxian sword, there was a chicken. "Little soul." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll make something for you." With that, he brought Ji Anji to the back of the mountain, found an empty space, and then began to roast chicken for Ji Anji. The two of them just sat there. Ji Anji looked at the golden roast chicken in front of her, and her saliva almost flowed out. Yi Xian glanced at Ji Anji, shook his head and smiled. This girl still loved to eat. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the side, and Yi Xian turned to look. Not far away, a woman was slowly walking over. White armor, scimitar. The person who had come was Princess Jiangjiu of the country of Jiang. As valiant and heroic as ever, Jiangjiu walked in front of Yi Xian and Ji Anji, and said with a smile, "I didn't disturb you, did I?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Not at all. Let's eat together." The corner of Jiangjiu's mouth curled up, and then she sat beside Ji Anji. Jiangjiu looked at Yi Xian. "Are you serious about building an academy?" Yi Xian nodded. "Qingzhou is just the tip of the iceberg. I want to open an academy to the entire universe." Jiangjiu asked, "And then?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "And then create a brand new order." Jiangjiu was silent. Ji Anji suddenly said, "It's very difficult." Yi Xian nodded. "Very difficult, but I have confidence." Jiangjiu was silent for a moment, and then he said, "What can we help you with?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Manage Qingzhou well, and make Qingzhou better." Jiangjiu rolled his eyes at Yi Xian, and then he said, "Are you looking down on us for being weak?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Little Jiu, this Qingzhou is also very important. Moreover, one day, I hope I can return here." Jiangjiu looked at Yi Xian. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. Jiangjiu was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Okay, we will wait for you to come back and retire." Yi Xian laughed. On the other side, Mo Yunqi stopped Bai Zai. Bai Zai looked at Mo Yunqi and he frowned slightly. "Mo Yunqi, why are you stopping me?" Mo Yunqi said, "Bandit Yi is chatting with Anji and the others now. Don't disturb them." Bai Zai frowned slightly. "Why can't I disturb them? I haven't seen him for a long time. I'm going to see him." Mo Yunqi said in a low voice, "They are a man and a woman chatting. Why are you going to interfere?" Bai Zai said in a low voice, "We are friends." Mo Yunqi had a headache. "Bai Zai, when can you stop being such a straight man? I really have to give it to you. They want to have some alone time. Do you understand?" Bai Zai was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Do you think I will disturb them?" Mo Yunqi nodded. "You finally understand." Bai Zai frowned slightly. "Why would I disturb them?" Mo Yunqi's expression froze. At the back of the mountain, Yi Xian was roasting chicken, and Jiangjiu and Ji Anji each had a drumstick. Jiangjiu was eating quietly, but Ji Anji was wolfing down the food. Yi Xian looked at the two women, and he smiled. Cordial. He had to say, every time he returned to Qingzhou, he felt very cordial, a feeling that he did not have outside. Unfortunately, Yi Ling was not here. Yi Ling. Yi Xian sighed softly. He had not seen Yi Ling for a very long time. He did not know how that girl was doing now. But fortunately, that girl should be in the Yang clan now. In the Yang clan, no one would dare to bully her. And Sister Nian. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. There were many people he wanted to see, especially Sister Nian. After she left, there was no news of her. He did not know where she was now. Besides Sister Nian, there was also Tu. He had already asked Emissary Zhang to help find Tu, but there was no news until now. At this moment, Jiangjiu looked at Yi Xian. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "I miss some old friends." Jiangjiu glanced at Yi Xian, and did not say anything. Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, the space in front of Yi Xian trembled slightly, and soon, Yi Xian frowned deeply. Luo world, the Yang clan came. and they did not come with good intentions. Yi Xian frowned. Was he really going to destroy the Yang clan? Yi Xian's gaze gradually turned cold. This time he was very angry. 7017K. Chapter 2391. In front of Yi Xian, Little Nine asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and smiled. "I might have to make a trip back." Little Nine said solemnly, "So soon?" Yi Xian nodded. Little Nine hesitated for a moment and said, "Take care." Yi Xian stood up, walked over to Little Nine, and then hugged her lightly. Little Nine's body stiffened slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. After hugging Little Nine, Yi Xian turned to look at Jianji. Jianji blushed slightly, and then she turned around and looked away. Yi Xian laughed, walked over to Jianji, and then hugged her. So soft. That was Yi Xian's first impression. Little Nine was wearing armor, so it didn't feel much when hugged. However, Jianji was different. She was wearing a very simple white dress, so the hug felt very soft and comfortable. Yi Xian suddenly let go of Jianji. Yi Xian roared with laughter as he looked at Jianji's slightly red face, and then he said, "I'll come back for all of you once I'm done with my business." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot with a flash of sword light. Jianji gazed at the empty space in front of her in silence. Little Nine walked over to Jianji's side and smiled lightly. "He'll come back." Jianji fell silent for a moment before he said, "He took the drumstick away." Jiangjie was speechless. Luo Realm. At the entrance to a large hall, Qingqiu was lying on the chair that Yi Xian usually lay on. In her hand was an ancient book, and there was a cup of spirit tea beside her. An old man stood not too far away from Qingqiu. The old man wore a loose black robe, and his body was ramrod straight. His hair was white, and his gaze was sharp like a knife. His body carried a terrifying pressure. Behind the old man, there were 6 mysterious black-robed experts following behind him, and all 6 of them were at the High God realm. The old man in the lead was an expert at the 5th level of the High God realm. This lineup was enough to sweep away countless universe forces. At this moment, the old man was looking at Qingqiu with an unfriendly expression. Qingqiu didn't even care about this old man, and continued to read his book. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared here, and then it dispersed to reveal Yi Xian. The old man in the lead instantly withdrew his gaze when he saw Yi Xian, and then he gazed at Yi Xian with a calm expression. The Grand Celestial Dimensions Left Protector Song greets the young master as well. The Great Heaven Realm. Yi Xian laughed. "Where's your realm lord?" Song also said calmly. "The realm lord is busy." "Busy?" Yi Xian chuckled and said, "Do you need something from me?" Song glanced at Qingqiu with a gloomy expression. Previously, someone killed Zhao Nie, the Firmament World's realm lord. According to my investigation, the person who killed Zhao Nie is this woman. As he spoke, he pointed at Qingqiu. Qingqiu blinked and remained silent. Yi Xian smiled. "What? You want to take revenge for Zhao Nie?" Song said as well. "Young master, this woman killed a member of my Yang clan. I intend to take her back to the Hall of Justice and hand her over to be punished severely." Yi Xian walked slowly towards Song. "You intend to take Qingqiu with you?" Song didn't show any weakness, and he met Yi Xian's gaze. "Yes." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished on the spot, and he'd fled this expanse of the universe when he appeared once more. The green profound sword suddenly flew out from Yi Xian's grasp. Instant of invincibility. This was the first time Yi Xian had utilized instant of invincibility in battle. The moment Yi Xian displayed this move, Song's pupils shrank abruptly. He clenched his fists, and an earth-shattering power suddenly swept out from his body. At this time, for afterimages carrying sword lights slashed out from Song's surroundings. Chi-chi-chi-chi. In an instant, for tearing sounds resounded in the battlefield. At this time, Yi Xian returned to the real universe. Sword sheathed. Yi Xian turned around and walked to Qingqiu's side. He picked up the cup of spiritual tea that Qingqiu handed to him and took a sip. Behind him, Song's body suddenly split into pieces, and so did his soul. Directly erased. He didn't even have time to say his last words. In the battlefield, the 6 powerhouses were petrified on the spot. He was killed just like that. Song, a 5th level high god, was gone just like that? The 6 powerhouses were completely dumbfounded. In the distance, Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu and said with a smile, "What do you think of this sword technique?" Qing Qiu blinked and remained silent. Yi Xian said seriously, "I created it myself." Qing Qiu hurriedly gave him a thumbs up. "It's peerless." Yi Xian roared with laughter. Qing Qiu glanced at the 6 powerhouses in the distance, and then he said, "Did you kill them?" Yi Xian turned around to look at them. "Are all of you from the greater celestial dimension?" The 6 of them hurriedly nodded. Revenge? They didn't even dare think about it. No matter what, this person before them was the young master of the Yang clan. Even though he didn't have any position, he was still a young master. Yi Xian gazed silently at the 6 powerhouses in front of him. Actually, he knew why he hadn't been acknowledged by them. It was probably because his father had never acknowledged him in the Yang clan, and many people in the Yang clan probably felt that he was an illegitimate child. After all, Sister Shui had always been with his father, and many people should have regarded Sister Shui as the heir of the Yang clan, but his father had never acknowledged him in the Yang clan. Of course, his father must have never thought of this. The Yang clan was a big force, and a super force at that. The internal structure of such a force must be complicated. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the spatial ring that his father had given him appeared in his hand. This spatial ring should also be a symbol of status, but these people didn't recognize it. Could it be that their ranks were too low? Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. At this time, Qing Qiu suddenly smiled. "Brother, do you want to kill these 6 people?" Hearing this, the 6 people's faces suddenly became ugly. Yi Xian turned to look at the 6 people, and said with a smile, "Go. Go back and tell the Lord of the Greater Celestial Dimension that if he wants to cause trouble for me, tell him to come personally, don't send." Saying this, he frowned slightly. "No need for him to come personally. I will go personally. Take me to the Greater Celestial Dimension." Hearing this, the 6 people hesitated. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong?" One of them quickly said, "No problem, we will take young lord to the Greater Celestial Dimension." Yi Xian nodded. At this time, Qing Qiu suddenly said, "Brother, I will go with you." Yi Xian was a little hesitant, and Qing Qiu quickly said, "I will go to the Greater Celestial Dimension to inspect the Greater Celestial Dimension. Anyway, the academy in the Lua world has been established. With them there will be no problem." Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "All right. Then let's go together." Qing Qiu immediately smiled sweetly. Yi Xian looked at the 6 people. "Let's go." The 6 people nodded, and then disappeared on the spot with Yi Xian. In the space-time tunnel, Qing Qiu was a little curious. "Brother, don't the Yang clan know you?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes, but father probably didn't mention me in the Yang clan, so they don't take me seriously. And I don't know where the headquarters of the Yang clan is." Saying this, he shook his head with a smile. Needless to say, he was a little ashamed. As the young lord of the Yang clan, he actually didn't know where the headquarters of the Yang clan was. This was really a failure. Qing Qiu nodded slightly, deep in thought. Not long after, the 6 people brought Yi Xian and his sister to the Greater Celestial Dimension. When entering the Greater Celestial Dimension, Yi Xian saw many floating cities. Each city was like a giant hand entrenched in the starry sky, extremely spectacular. In this world, he sensed many powerful auras. The martial arts civilization of this Greater Celestial Dimension was obviously much higher than the Lua world. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. The 6 people by Yi Xian's side hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw this old man. "Greetings, Left Protector. Left Guardian." The old man ignored the 6 people. His eyes directly fell on Yi Xian. A moment later he said, "Greetings, young lord." Although he addressed him as young lord, there was not the slightest respect in his expression and attitude. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Who is the right guardian to you?" The old man's expression was calm. "Colleague." Yi Xian smiled. "Congratulations." The old man frowned slightly. Congratulations? Yi Xian blinked. Of course, because now you are the only guardian in the greater celestial dimension. The old man was slightly stunned. The next moment his expression changed instantly. Obviously, he had understood Yi Xian's meaning. Left Guardian had been killed. Yi Xian walked slowly to Left Guardian. Bring me to see your realm lord. Left Guardian looked at Yi Xian, not saying a word. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. I really can't understand. Even if you want to support my sister as the heir, can you first investigate my relationship with my sister? Or, can't you go and ask my sister first when you're deliberately targeting me? I dare to bet that you definitely haven't asked my sister. You are all guessing my sister's thoughts, thinking that she is very happy that you are targeting me, right? Left Guardian was silent. Yi Xian continued. As far as I know, your current level in the Yang clan is still considered the bottom. Since you are all at the bottom, why are you standing on the side? Even if I don't get along with my sister, do you think that is something you can interfere with? Please use your brain, will you? I am my father's biological son. I have the purest mad demon bloodline in the Yang clan. Even if I am a waste, I am not someone you can target, understand? Just like now, I dare to kill you. But do you dare to kill me? Left Guardian did not speak, because there was nothing to say. Because as Yi Xian said, Yi Xian dared to attack them, but even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to attack Yi Xian. Yi Xian was after all the green-robed Swordmaster's biological son. Yi Xian continued. You have cultivated to this point, so you are not a brainless person. The reason why you treat me like this is very simple. As I said, you want to stand on the side of my sister, or rather, your boss is standing on the side of my sister, but his lips curled up. How do you know that my relationship with my sister is not good? What if we have a very good relationship as siblings? At that time, wouldn't you be like a pig looking in the mirror, no longer human? Left Guardian was silent for a moment, then bowed slightly. Young Master is right. Just now this subordinate was rude. Please forgive me, young Master. As he said this, he bowed respectfully again. Yi Xian patted Left Guardian's shoulder. It's a small matter. I am not a narrow-minded person. The Left Protector felt relieved. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, From now on, I'll take over the Grand Heavenly Realm. In the name of my father, I dismiss the Realm Lord of the Great Heaven Realm. From now on, I am the Realm Lord of the Great Heaven Realm. What kind of expression is that? Is there a problem with the son inheriting his father's business? Left Guardian. 7017K. Chapter 2392. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Left Protector was put in a difficult position. Young Master. Well. Yi Xian smiled. What belongs to my father is mine. If the Lord of the Great Heaven Realm is not willing, ask him to look for me. After saying that, he walked away with Qingqiu. The Left Protector sighed softly. What was going on? In fact, they could not figure out the Yang clan's attitude. Who did the Yang clan want to make the crown prince? If they wanted Yi Xian to be the crown prince, but the green shirt Swordmaster had never announced it to the Yang clan. He had not even mentioned Yi Xian's existence. In the hearts of many Yang clan members, they naturally recognized Yang Yanxue. After all, Yang Yanxue had grown up in the Yang clan, and had always followed the green shirt Swordmaster. As for Yi Xian, he had only recently appeared out of nowhere. If they recognized Yi Xian, they were afraid of angering the big shots on Yang Yanxue's side. After all, Yi Xian had many super big shots who supported her. Difficult. The Left Protector sighed softly. Yi Xian did not care about the Left Protector and the others. He had already entered the Great Heaven City with Qingqiu. The Great Heaven City was the most prosperous city in the entire Great Heaven Realm. After entering the city, the view was extremely wide. The buildings in the city were very far apart, so at first glance, it was very spacious and comfortable. And Yi Xian also found that there were a lot of people in the city. This city could accommodate at least tens of millions of people. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, Left Protector. As soon as he said that, the Left Protector appeared next to Yi Xian. After the conversation just now, the Left Protector's attitude towards Yi Xian had changed greatly. As Yi Xian had said, no matter how Yi Xian and Yang Yanxue fought, it was not something that small fries like them could meddle in. If that was the case, why should they choose sides? After all, the right protector had already been killed. Yi Xian glanced at the people in the city and said, "Does the Yang clan select outstanding geniuses from this city every year?" The left protector nodded. Yes. What a powerful force needs is fresh blood. I don't know about other places, but in the Great Heaven Realm, we pick out some outstanding geniuses and monsters every few years and nurture them. Yi Xian nodded. He turned his head and stared at the left protector. Your realm lord is still not coming over to see me? The left protector bitterly smiled. The realm lord is not in the city. Before young master came, he had already left the Great Heaven Realm. Yi Xian frowned. Left. The left protector nodded. Yi Xian was a little curious. Where did he go? The left protector shook his head. I don't know. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian smiled and said, he wouldn't be deliberately avoiding me, right? The left protector smiled awkwardly and did not dare to reply. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Let's go to the city governor's estate. The left protector hurriedly nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the way. Meanwhile, Qing Qiu suddenly said, Big brother, I'll go take a look. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Be careful. Qing Qiu smiled. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished. Yi Xian glanced at the left protector, and the left protector hurriedly waved his hand. In next to no time, 3 High God Realm experts followed behind him. In next to no time, the left protector led Yi Xian to the city governor's estate. Needless to say, the city governor's estate was really huge. It was like an imperial palace, and it was extremely luxurious. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, It's huge. Not bad. It's suitable for an academy. The left protector was slightly embarrassed and did not dare to speak. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he gazed coldly at Yi Xian. This is the city governor's estate. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass here. The left protector hurriedly said, Brother Zhou, this is the young master. The old man's face remained expressionless. No one. The left protector's face instantly froze. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Left protector, is the Grand Celestial Dimension considered to belong to the Yang clan? The left protector replied, Of course. Yi Xian nodded, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. A ray of light appeared in front of Yi Xian, and then Yi Xian instantly appeared in outer space. A moment later, for afterimages crisscrossed Brother Zhou's body. Instant of invincibility. The moment Yi Xian unleashed this attack, Mr. Zhou's expression changed drastically. He opened his palm, and a black shield suddenly appeared in front of him. However, as the 4 afterimages appeared, the black shield suddenly shattered. Following that, 4 rays of sword gleam crisscrossed Mr. Zhou's body and slashed him. Hiss, hiss, 4 ripping sounds resounded, and Brother Zhou and his shield were sliced into a few pieces that scattered on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Yi Xian had already appeared not far behind Lao Zhou. Sheath his sword. Yi Xian walked slowly towards the distance. Clean this place up. I don't like the smell of blood. The left protector was petrified on the spot. At this moment, the left protector was completely dumbfounded. Instant kill. One should know that Elder Zhou was a 5th level upper immortal stage powerhouse. In the entire Grand Celestial Dimension, an expert of this level was second only to a realm lord. However, he was killed before he could even fight back against Yi Xian's terrifying attack. It was too terrifying. The left protector was terrified to the extreme. At this moment, he believed that even the realm lord would not be able to take that sword attack from Yi Xian, let alone him, the Swordmaster's son. The left protector suddenly turned around and roared. Why aren't you cleaning up? Don't you know that the young master doesn't like the smell of blood? Soon, someone hurried over to clean up. As for Yi Xian, he slumped on the chair as soon as he entered the hall. Weak. He had used the instant of invincibility twice in a row in a short period of time. The consumption was too great. Based on his current strength, his limit should be 3 times. However, He could not predict the consequences if he used it again, because he was already very weak now. However, with the instant of invincibility and the Qingxian sword, he was simply invincible. Not to mention these experts, even the modified Xiao Tao would not be able to withstand it. Perhaps only Aria's battle armor could barely withstand it. At this moment, the left protector appeared at the door. He bowed slightly. "Young master." Yi Xian took out a pill and consumed it. Then he said, "Come in." The left protector walked into the hall. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's expression had returned to normal. Yi Xian said, "I'm taking over the Grand Celestial Dimension. If anyone is dissatisfied, kill them for me." The left protector hesitated and said, "Realm Lord then." Yi Xian looked at the left protector calmly. "If they are dissatisfied, then kill them too." The left protector was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly said, "What is a world stronger than the Grand Celestial Dimension?" The left protector said in a deep voice, "That should be the middle world. There are super experts above the upper god realm there. Be it the upper god realm, the firmament realm, the Luo realm, or the Grand Celestial Dimension, they are all under the control of the middle world. Apart from that, as far as I know, the middle world controls about 100 universes similar to the Grand Celestial Dimension. The realm lord of the middle world, no, not the realm lord, but the universe god. A universe god is equivalent to a small duke in the secular world. With one command, he can mobilize countless troops and experts instantly. Universe god. Yi Xian smiled. The realm lord of the Grand Celestial Dimension went to the middle world, right? The left protector hesitated and nodded. Yi Xian chuckled and said softly, "In that case, the universe gods in the middle world can barely touch the core circle of the Yang clan. Am I right?" The left protector shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I don't know about that." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said softly in his heart, "Xiao Ta, you have stayed with Dad before. Do you know about the Yang clan?" Xiao Ta said, "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned. Xiao Ta said, "Young master, let me tell you, the Yang clan's power was definitely not created by Master. Master has no interest in creating a power. Hence, the one who created this power must be Mistress Su. If it was really created by Mistress Su, then Master Shui is really the legal heir." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Xiao Ta said again, "Actually, young master, why do you care about the Yang clan? Don't forget, you still have Sister Tianming behind you." Comparing the Yang clan to Sister Tianming, under the situation where Master doesn't make a move, isn't there a huge difference? Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Ta continued, "But I think Master should want you to inherit the Yang clan." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Why?" Xiao Ta said, "That ring, the ring that Master left for you, was once worn by Master. Obviously his attitude is very clear. But these fools' level is not high enough. They don't recognize this ring. I think this ring, only the true core circle of the Yang clan will recognize, for example, the existence of Sister Tingyun's level." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Then, what do you think I should do now? If this continues, I think I will have to kill a lot of people." "What are you afraid of?" Xiao Ta suddenly said angrily. "Young master, I really don't like you now. Did you read too much?" Yi Xian was stunned. Xiao Ta continued to say angrily, "When did you become so hot-blooded? What about that Yi Xian who killed people when he had a bad thought in Qingcheng? What about that Yi Xian who dared to slaughter millions of living beings for his sister? You have to remember, whether it is this great celestial realm, or that middle world, they are just subordinates of the Yang clan. In the words of the Milky Way, they are just workers for our family. A worker dares to bully the boss son. Isn't this going against the heavens? It is not you who wants to mess with them. It is they who want to mess with you first. What are you afraid of? Kill them. Exterminate their clan. Kill a group of strong people. Then they will know to respect you. What are you still worried about?" Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Ta continued, "You are the young master, you are Master's son, you are the legal heir of the Yang clan, but they do not recognize you. What is this? Young master, you have to remember one thing. And that is, these people, without Master's protection, they are not even worth a fart. And why did Master agree to them creating this Yang clan? Why did he give you that ring? Very obviously he wanted to help you. Taking 10,000 steps back. Even if Master did not have this kind of thought, then you do not need to care so much. If people do not offend us, we will not offend them. Not to mention a few insignificant subordinates of the Yang clan. Even if Master wants to harm you, then you have to kill him. What is wrong with killing one's father? Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. The deity suddenly said, Broken Ta, let me remind you, you have to think before you speak. You. Xiao Ta suddenly said angrily. You broken pen, don't talk to me. If you have the guts, you would not have been scared by Sister Tianming's sword, and did not dare to speak. F***ck. The deity said angrily, Broken Ta, don't challenge my bottom line. Do you believe that I will immediately arrange for you? Please arrange for me. Xiao Ta said angrily. Other than Sister Tianming, who am I afraid of? The deity still wanted to say something, but Xiao Ta suddenly said, Don't talk nonsense, you and your master together. I am invincible, you master and servant do as you please. The deity. 7017K. Chapter 2393. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian was completely speechless. This small pagoda couldn't have been drinking, right? So arrogant? This was ridiculous. The deity had already started fighting with Xiao Ta. Yi Xian ignored the two fellows. After strolling around the city lord's mansion, he finally came to a study. This was the study of the Lord of the Great Heaven Realm. There were all kinds of books. Yi Xian walked up to a bookshelf, took out an ancient book and opened it. Shiqiu. This was an ancient book about the history of the Great Heaven universe. Every universe had its own history. To Yi Xian's disappointment, he wanted to see the history of the entire universe. From Qing. He knew that there were two universes. One was the current universe, and the other was the boundless universe. What was the history of the current universe? Yi Xian was very curious. Unfortunately, there was no such book in the entire study. Most of the ancient books here only recorded the history of the Great Heaven universe, and some people. However, he had gained a lot because he now had a general understanding of the entire Great Heaven universe. Because of this, he decided not to go to the medium world. Instead, he stayed here to develop the Great Heaven Realm. The Great Heaven Realm was too big. After coming out of the study, Yi Xian began to take over the Great Heaven Realm. The whole Great Celestial Realm was shocked by Yi Xian's admission. Young Master? This place was not like other small places. Therefore, everyone knew of Yi Xian's existence. However, Yi Xian's sudden takeover made many people uncomfortable. Therefore, there were many who paid lip service to it. Great Heaven Hall. This Great Heaven Hall was the place where the Great Heaven Realm usually discussed matters. At this moment, hundreds of people had gathered in the hall. These people were equivalent to secular officials, and were in charge of the big and small matters of the Great Heaven Realm. Inside the hall, everyone looked at Yi Xian, who was sitting in the seat of the Lord of the Great Heaven Realm, with strange expressions. Beside Yi Xian was the left protector and messenger Zhang, who had just come out of seclusion. At this moment, Envoy Zhang was already a second-stage expert. In this Great Heaven Realm, he was actually not considered to be at the top. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd below him, and then he said, I'll take over the Grand Celestial Dimension in my father's name. From today onward, the Grand Celestial Dimension doesn't have a realm master, only a young master. With that, he swept his gaze across the crowd. I'm done. Who agrees and who objects? Who agreed? Who objected? As soon as he said this, the hall suddenly quietened down. Everyone looked at each other. The left protector immediately became nervous. He knew Yi Xian's temper and strength. This young master was not a pushover. At this moment, an old man and a middle-aged man walked out. The old man in the lead said, I object, young master. Suddenly, the sword at Yi Xian's waist was unsheathed. Buzz. A sword cry resounded. Instant invincibility. At the instant that Yi Xian struck, the expressions of all the experts here changed. The old man who bore the brunt of the attack was even more shocked, and he hurriedly said, I agree. Young master, I agree. Hiss. Hiss. Before he could finish speaking, The old man's body had been sliced into pieces, instantly killed and wiped out. Everyone. Yi Xian suddenly sighed in a low voice. Why do you speak so slowly? Speak faster in your next life. Everyone. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man who had walked out with the old man. What do you want to say? The middle-aged man's voice trembled. Young master, will those who object die? Yi Xian said seriously. How is that possible? I'm not that kind of person. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and then he pointed at the pool of blood in front of him. Then this. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. Do you want to talk about something else? As he spoke, the green profound sword in his hand suddenly trembled. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Young master, I have no objections. I agree wholeheartedly. As he spoke, he retreated to the side, and cold sweat flowed down his back. This young master is not a good person. Yi Xian glanced at the people in the hall with a calm expression. My father and I are both democratic people. If you have any objections, you can speak them out. Really? Everyone fell silent. Seeing that no one spoke, Yi Xian stood up and said, I now announce that I will establish an academy in the Great Heaven Realm. As he spoke, he turned to look at Emissary Zhang. I now appoint Emissary Zhang as the Lord of the Great Heaven Realm, and his salary will be doubled. Besides that, he doesn't need to listen to anyone else in the Yang clan besides me. Emissary Zhang was overjoyed when he heard this, and he hurriedly knelt on one knee. Thank you, young master. The Lord of the Great Heaven Realm. He knew that this was a great opportunity for him. The Great Heaven Realm was not something the Upper God Realm could compare to. After becoming the Lord of the Great Heaven Realm, he would have countless opportunities and resources. Of course, more importantly, Yi Xian obviously wanted to start cultivating his own confidants, and he would be Yi Xian's first confidant in the Yang clan. In the hall, everyone looked at each other. They were naturally not convinced by this Emissary Zhang. After all, although Yi Xian was the young master, Yi Xian did not have any position. Although they were not convinced, the generals tacitly did not say anything. They were afraid of death. Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang. You will handle the matters of the academy. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Qingqiu. She is the court head of Wu Yuan. Emissary Zhang nodded. This subordinate understands. Yi Xian looked at the left protector. Help me inform the middle world that from now on, the Great Heaven Realm is under my control, not theirs. If they are not convinced, they can come and mess with me. After all, I am my father's only son. As long as they are not afraid that my father will die, they can do whatever they want. With that, he turned and left. The left protector was speechless. After Yi Xian left, Emissary Zhang asked everyone to stay. Emissary Zhang glanced at everyone and said indifferently, I know you are not convinced by me, but it doesn't matter. I don't need you to be convinced. I just need you to listen to my orders. I will say it here. If you dare to disobey any of my orders, I will advise the young master to dismiss all of you, and you will never be allowed to enter the Yang clan again. You know the temper of the young master. If he drives you out, I want to see who dares to accept you. Everyone was silent. Emissary Zhang continued. The first thing we need to do now is to establish an academy, Guanxian Academy. From now on, you will find all the learned people in the Great Heaven Realm, regardless of their realm, only their knowledge. Invite them to the City Lord's mansion. In addition, I need a large number of outstanding talents. Although everyone was not very convinced by Emissary Zhang, they still followed his instructions. No one wanted to provoke Yi Xian at this time. As for Yi Xian himself, he left the Great Heaven Realm and returned to Azure Province. However, this time he did not go to the academy. Instead, he went to Tuoba Yan's palace. Some things did not have to be done often, but they could not be avoided. When there was a choice, one had to do it. If he was single, it would be a different story. In the middle world. At this moment, a meeting was held in the middle world. This meeting gathered hundreds of people. It could be said that all the influential people in the middle world were present. The Great Heaven Realm's Lord Zhang Feng was also present. In the hall, Zhang Feng's expression was extremely ugly. because his fiefdom was gone. He had already received news that Yi Xian was now in control of the entire great heaven realm. He dared not voice his anger. After all, he was the young master. He could only come to the middle world to seek help. At this moment, an old man appeared above the hall. Everyone present hurriedly bowed at the sight of this old man. Greetings, Lord C. Lord C. That was an existence that was beneath a single world god in the middle world. He was merely inferior to a world god. Lord C glanced at them and said, "Without the orders of a world god, no one is allowed to head to the middle world to act against the young master." He paused for a moment before he continued, "All of you must obey the young master's orders." All of them were stunned when they heard this. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Lord C, the young master is clearly acting rashly. Are we just going to allow him to do as he pleases?" Lord C gazed at the old man. "Then why don't you go kill him?" The old man's face froze. Lord C glanced coldly at them and said, "Remember that he's the young master. Even though the Swordmaster didn't appoint him to any position, he's still the young master, and we can't go against him." The old man bowed slightly and didn't dare speak another word. Zhang Feng suddenly said, "What if he comes to the middle world and intends to take control of it?" The expressions of everyone within the hall became strange, and then they gazed at Lord C. Lord C fell silent for a moment before he said, "It's fine to play around, but it would be going too far if he goes too far." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Obviously, the attitude of the middle world was that Yi Xian could play around in the middle world, but the middle world wasn't a place that Yi Xian could touch. Moreover, he knew that Yi Xian would come to the middle world sooner or later. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth curled up slightly. After Lord C left the hall, he arrived at a dense forest, and there was a bamboo house behind the forest. Lord C arrived before the bamboo house and bowed slightly. "World God, should I report the young master?" After a short moment of silence, a voice resounded slowly from within the bamboo house. "There's no need." Lord C spoke in a low voice. "I've investigated. The young master is establishing some sort of academy, and he actually took the firmament world, upper god world, heaven world, and heaven world for his own use to establish that academy of his. His actions," as he spoke he frowned. After a moment of silence, the world god said, "We can't touch this person but the others." Hearing this, Lord C was stunned. Very quickly he bowed slightly. "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Naturally, they couldn't touch Yi Xian, but what if someone else did? If the young master died at the hands of someone else, then what did it have to do with them? On the contrary, they could take revenge for the young master and gain merit. Within the bamboo house, a voice suddenly rang out. "An illegitimate child doesn't know how to endure and wants to directly take over. How ridiculous. P.S. I want to do it, but I know that I will definitely be scolded. I'm in a tough spot." Chapter 2394. Inside the palace. Yi Xian lay on the big bed with a naked Tuoba Yin in his arms. Tuoba Yin lay quietly in Yi Xian's arms with his eyes slightly closed. Yi Xian looked at the distant sky with a faint smile on his face. It was very comfortable. At this moment, Tuoba Yin suddenly said softly, "You're awake?" Yi Xian nodded. Tuoba Yin gently rubbed against Yi Xian's chest and said softly, "Do you want to continue sleeping?" Yi Xian laughed. "Okay." With that, he turned over. Soon, beautiful sounds rang out in the hall. As for the scale, everyone could imagine for themselves. Late in the morning. At noon, Yi Xian left the hall. He stood in front of the hall and looked up at the distant sky with a happy mood. At this moment, Tuoba Yin suddenly walked behind Yi Xian and gently wrapped her arms around Yi Xian's waist. Then, she leaned against Yi Xian and said softly, "Are you leaving?" Yi Xian nodded. Although the academy had Qingqiu, he could not leave everything to Qingqiu. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian opened his palm. The sword intent of the human world suddenly appeared in his hand. This sword intent was much stronger than before. It could be said that he could now easily kill a soul formation expert with his sword intent alone. If he used instant of invincibility, he could easily kill an exalted god. But he was only at the soul formation realm. His current goal was to become an exalted god. Thinking of this, Yi Xian opened his palm and a deity appeared in his hand. As if thinking of something, he suddenly said, "Brother Bai, how can I use you to observe the fate of others?" After a moment of silence, the deity said, "What are you going to do?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Brother Bai, are you really that uncooperative?" The deity was silent. Xiao Ta said, "Young master, this guy is irresponsible and hides everything from you. Just let it go. With me and little soul here, what value does this stupid pen have?" Yi Xian laughed. It seemed that Xiao Ta and the deity were not on good terms. The deity suddenly said, "The heavenly secret must not be revealed. Once it is revealed, it will backfire." Yi Xian was a little curious. "By who?" The deity said in a deep voice, "Tendo." The deity said softly, "I am not afraid of ordinary Tendo." The great Tao brush said softly, "I am naturally not afraid of ordinary heavenly Taos. However, there is a heavenly Tao that I have to fear. I am not afraid of ordinary Tendo. However, there is a Tendo that I have to be afraid of." The deity said softly, "The word Tao in the 6-syllable Sanskrit. This Tao is the head of all Tao. Tendo is under its jurisdiction. If I reveal the heavenly secret, I will also be arranged." Yi Xian asked, "Does it dare to arrange for me?" The deity was silent for a moment and said, "It dare not." Yi Xian nodded. "So do you understand?" The deity, Yi Xian suddenly said, "I want to know Xiao Ta's future. Can you tell me about it?" The deity was silent for a moment and said, "Die a horrible death." Yi Xian. Xiao Ta suddenly flew into a rage. F***ck. Soon, the pen and the tower began to fight again. Yi Xian was a little speechless. He realized that Xiao Ta and the deity were at odds. At this moment, Tuoba Yen said softly, "When are you leaving?" Yi Xian collected his thoughts and said with a smile, "Can't bear for me to leave?" Tuoba Yen nodded. Yi Xian laughed, turned around, and walked toward the inner hall with Tuoba Yen in his arms. At the same time, a pen and a tower flew out of the palace. Several days later, Yi Xian left the palace. This time, unlike before, he walked out holding the wall. Yi Xian walked to the stone steps and sat down. His whole body slumped on the stone steps. Yi Xian looked at the sky and said softly, "I'm tired." There were some things that needed to be done, but they could not be done every day. At this moment, the deity flew back in front of Yi Xian, and Xiao Ta also flew back in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the deity and Xiao Ta. He realized that this deity was not in his original body, and could not beat Xiao Ta. It should be said that he could not do anything to Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta's defense was only second to Arya's armor. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly laughed and said, "Stupid pen, I am invincible, invincible." "Huh." Yi Xian, the deity said in a deep voice, "Do you dare to come to the Milky Way?" Xiao Ta laughed. "My sister Tianming is in the Milky Way. If you have the ability, go and fight her." The deity said angrily, "F***ck. Can you stop mentioning others? If you have the guts, come to the Milky Way alone and fight me. If I don't kill you, I am not a pen." Xiao Ta sneered. "Then why don't you come here?" The deity said angrily, "I can't come out." Xiao Ta asked, "Why can't you come out?" After a moment of silence, the deity said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Just say that you don't want to come to the Milky Way." Xiao Ta said, "I'm not coming." The deity said sarcastically, "Are you afraid?" Xiao Ta laughed. "No matter how much nonsense you talk, you can't change the fact that my master is more powerful than your master." The deity said lightly, "Stupid pen, I have to tell you, your master is powerful, but you are not. Do you know who my master is? Do you know why you disappeared for so long last time? Do you know? Do you really know?" Xiao Ta was silent. Suddenly, he regretted it a little. At this moment, he realized that he was a little arrogant just now. It was fine to provoke this deity, but this deity's master. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, "I will follow the young master will protect me." He was a little lacking in confidence. Yi Xian needed someone to take care of him. The deity sneered. Just you wait. Just you wait to disappear again. Xiaota. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Then he entered Xiaota. After entering Xiaota, Yi Xian swallowed some spiritual energy. After his body recovered, he decided that he had to recultivate his body in the future. Otherwise, some things could not be done for too long. It would take at least 10 days before he could do his best. Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Xian took out the deity. Using the deity, he directly reached the high god realm. Now that he had Xiaota, he did not need to be afraid of an unstable foundation because he had enough time to stabilize his realm. Yi Xian immediately sensed a terrifying power after reaching the high god level. At the same time, his human realm sword spirit suddenly boiled up at this moment. High god realm. What he needed was the power of faith. The faith of all living beings. Then he would become a god. High god realm. After Yi Xian's power of faith boiled, he began to crazily swallow the universe veins. The universe veins in his body began to disappear at a very terrifying speed. In the end, they turned into countless spiritual energy and entered his body. Boom. The world in Xiaota's body gradually trembled. The aura was too strong. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. Terrifying auras continuously surged out of his body. These powerful auras became stronger and stronger. In the end, the space-time that Yi Xian was in directly boiled, but very quickly, it returned to normal. Xiaota stabilized the surrounding space. At this time, Yi Xian's human world sword intent suddenly surged. When the human world sword intent surged, the surrounding space began to tremble again. Human world sword intent was equivalent to the power of faith. At this time, Yi Xian's sword intent was slowly changing. Outside Xiaota's body, somewhere in space, a space-time suddenly split open. The next moment, a group of black-robed people walked out. The black-robed person in the lead held a long spear in his hand. This black-robed person in the lead looked around. Finally, he looked down. Below us is Qingzhou? Beside the black-robed person, an old man said respectfully, replying to Killmaster, it is. Killmaster frowned. The civilization level of this universe is so low. The old man nodded. Yes. After a moment of silence, the Killmaster said, that universe god offered such a high price for us to kill a young man. Come to think of it, the young man is not simple. As he spoke, he looked at the old man. Have you investigated his background? The old man smiled and said, I have. There's a woman in a plain dress behind this person. I've asked the expert of the drunken immortal in who once fought that woman here. That woman was only a great sword immortal at that time. Even though so many years have passed, to what extent could she have grown? So there's nothing to worry about. There was nothing to worry about. 7017K. Chapter 2395. Slaughtermaster looked down in silence, and he still felt slightly uneasy. Killing Yi Xian would give him 3 billion universe veins. This was the price that the medium world had offered. Yi Xian was merely at the soul transformation realm, but the medium world had offered such a high price. This was extremely unusual. However, he couldn't refuse the temptation of 3 billion universe veins, because cultivation really required money, especially when he had a group of brothers with him, and 3 billion universe veins could allow them to not have to worry about money for a very long time in the future. 3 billion. Slaughtermaster restrained his thoughts and looked down. He was just about to speak when a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from Slaughtermaster. It was Si Juanjia. Slaughtermaster looked at Si Juanjia and didn't speak. He was secretly vigilant in his heart. He naturally didn't completely trust Si Juanjia. In his line of work, he had to be vigilant against everyone. Si Juanjia said, we've already sealed off all the space outside this universe. No one will be able to rush here for 4 hours. All of you only have 4 hours, understand? Slaughtermaster's eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly is his identity? Si Juanjia had an expressionless face. Money. Do you want to earn it? Slaughtermaster fell silent. Si Juanjia opened his palm, and a spatial ring slowly floated over to Slaughtermaster. There were 5 billion universe veins within the spatial ring. Slaughtermaster fell silent when he saw these 5 billion universe veins. Si Juanja said, for hours. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. Slaughtermaster's expression grew even more solemn. Meanwhile, an old man by Slaughtermaster's side spoke in a low voice. Slaughtermaster, this matter is slightly strange. Slaughtermaster's face remained expressionless. I know. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, should we kill him? Slaughtermaster's expression was extremely unsightly as he gazed at the spatial ring in front of him. 5 billion. He was really tempted. However, his intuition told him that if he attacked, then he would probably incur enormous karma. The medium world didn't dare to kill Yi Xian, and this proved many things. Right at this moment, the space before them suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a strand of sword light descended in front of Slaughtermaster and the others. The sword light dispersed, and a young man appeared in front of Slaughtermaster and the others. The person who came was Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian, the Killmaster frowned. You can sense us. Their group had concealed their auras when they came. Yi Xian sized up Slayer Lord and the others, then smiled and said, You're from the middle world? Slayer Master fell silent. At this moment, Yi Xian shook his head. No. If I were a world deity from the middle world, I would definitely not do such a stupid thing. If he killed me, he would definitely not be able to escape responsibility. If I were him, I would definitely find an external force to kill him. So you're assassins hired by Middle World to kill me, right? Killmaster. Yi Xian smiled and said, Looks like I guessed right. As he spoke, he spread his arms. Killmaster, come and kill me. I won't resist. Don't worry, there's no one behind me, and I don't have any special identity. If you kill me, you won't be stained with any great karma. The Slayer leader and the others were silent, their expressions turning strange. Yi Xian laughed. You don't dare? Killmaster said in a deep voice. Are you provoking me? Yi Xian laughed. Killmaster, before you came to kill me, didn't you investigate my identity? Killmaster said. I came in a hurry, so I didn't investigate properly. Yi Xian smiled. I am the young master of Yang Clan. Young master of Yang Clan. Hearing that, Killmaster's eyes suddenly shrank. How is it possible? If you were the young master of Yang Clan, how would the middle world dare to kill you? Are they crazy? Yi Xian said with a smile. Think about it yourself. Killmaster kept silent for a while, then said, From what I know, Yang Clan has a Missy. That universe deity and the others are following her, and you. Then he didn't continue. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Killmaster was silent, his face extremely gloomy. Yang Clan's internal strife. That was simply ridiculous. At that moment, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. If he were to get involved in the Yang Clan's internal strife, wouldn't he be courting death? Even if he killed Yi Xian, he definitely wouldn't be able to live, and he might even be bitten by the middle world. Too sinister. F***CK. Killmaster couldn't help but scold. No matter who it was to be schemed against, and to be schemed against to death, he would definitely be unhappy. Yi Xian suddenly said, Do you want to fight? Killmaster looked at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian blinked. I want to fight for the crown prince position, so follow me. When I become the crown prince, all of you will be the founding heroes. Killmaster. An old man next to Killmaster said in a deep voice. What do you have to fight with your sister? Yi Xian laughed, then pointed at Dedeabi on his waist. See this pen? Dedeabi. Seeing the Dedeabi on Yi Xian's waist, the old man's expression suddenly became solemn. Yi Xian smiled. How many people do you have? Killmaster was silent for a moment, then said, 12 people, all assassins, and each of them is in the upper god realm. Each of them is in the upper god realm. Yi Xian's expression changed. Finally, a powerful super force appeared. I must recruit them for my own use. I have to trick them. Yi Xian said seriously. How should I address you? Killmaster was silent for a moment, then said, Killmaster. Yi Xian said with a smile. Do you want to join the Yang clan? Of course, with your strength, you can definitely join the Yang clan. But if you are not important after entering the Yang clan, to you, you might as well not enter, right? Killmaster nodded. Yes. Just like what Yi Xian said, they could actually join the Yang clan, but if there is no one above them, even if they join the Yang clan, there is no meaning, because if they join, they can only be hired thugs. Yi Xian said with a smile. Follow me, when I am in power, you will all be the founding heroes of the country. Killmaster frowned. Can you win against your sister? Yi Xian laughed. Why don't you have the guts to fight? If you don't, the upper god realm is your limit, right? Killmaster was silent. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiaotao slowly floated in front of Killmaster. Go in and feel it. Killmaster was a little wary. Yi Xian smiled. I am a scholar. What evil intentions can I have? Killmaster fell silent for a moment, and then he entered Xiaotao. Not long after, he appeared again, and this time his eyes were filled with shock. Yi Xian said with a smile, This pagoda is called the Primordial Pagoda, and it once went through life and death with my father. Now my father has given it to me, isn't it obvious? He is already prepared to let me inherit the Yang clan when he is 100 years old. As soon as he finished speaking, he frowned, because these words don't seem to be very appropriate. Killmaster's expression became slightly strange. Yi Xian continued. Killmaster, look carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly rose explosively, and in the blink of an eye, his aura directly reached the upper god realm. Upper god. Killmaster's pupils constricted when he saw this. You are actually at the upper god realm. Needless to say, he was really shocked at this moment. Such a young upper god realm? Yi Xian said again. Killmaster, have you seen an 18-year-old upper god realm? 18 years old. Killmaster and the rest were stunned. After a while, Killmaster looked at Yi Xian shocked. You? 18 years old? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Killmaster was a little doubtful. Yi Xian smiled. I am a swordsman and a scholar. Why would I lie to you? Killmaster was silent. Yi Xian continued. Do you see the Daebi on my waist? Killmaster glanced at the Daebi on Yi Xian's waist and nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Why did the Daebi follow me? Because a genius like me is hard to come by even in billions of years. Many years ago, the Daebi suddenly found me and said that he wanted to follow me. No matter how I rejected him, it was useless. F***ck. The Daebi's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. You. Yi Xian ignored the Daebi and continued. Killmaster, there are many choices in life, some of which will change your fate, and now there is a chance in front of you. Saying that, he picked up the Daebi and said, You should know that this Daebi can see the fate of all living beings. I used it to look at your fate just now. Do you want to know? The Daebi. Killmaster said in a deep voice. Look at my fate? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. There are two outcomes in your fate. One is to live an ordinary life, and the upper god realm is your end. The other is to follow me. After following me, your fate will be changed by me. And the upper god realm is not your end, but your starting point. Killmaster was silent. Damn, is this guy trying to fool me? Do I look stupid? Yi Xian smiled. Even the Daebi is following me. How are you compared to the Daebi? Killmaster glanced at Yi Xian and said, We will consider it. Yi Xian smiled. No need to consider. I don't like people who are indecisive. You can leave on your own. Saying that, he turned and left. Looking at Yi Xian leaving in the distance, the karmic master was silent. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a black token appeared in his hand. Soon, the two mysterious experts from Celestial Treasure Pavilion appeared beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Inform the presidents of the Upper God World's Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the Lower World's Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the Firmament World's Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and the Great Heaven World's Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Tell them to bring their High God Realm experts to the Great Heaven World immediately. As he spoke, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. His eyes gradually turned red. Send another order to the Middle World. When I, Yi Xian, arrive in the Middle World, if I do not see the world deities and experts of the Middle World kneeling before me, this daddy will slaughter all 10 of their clans. Even if my father appears, he won't be able to save them. I said it. Xiaotao suddenly said, Young master, they are from the Yang clan. You want to slaughter them? Yi Xian didn't even turn his head. They can disown me, but they can't kill me. Since they want to kill me, not to mention the Yang clan, even if it's my own sister or father, I will still kill them. P.S. When there are few updates, you will be scolded no matter what you say. 7017K. Chapter 2396. Xiaotao fell silent. He knew that the young master was really angry. The young master's character had changed a lot since he started studying. However, the hot-bloodedness in his bones was still there. The fact that the medium world had sent people to kill him had obviously infuriated him. After receiving Yi Xian's orders, the two experts from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion retreated silently. They wouldn't question Yi Xian's orders at all, and they would do whatever Yi Xian said. At the side, the killer leader watched as Yi Xian disappeared into the distance, and his heart was extremely conflicted. Needless to say, he was really conflicted at this moment. Should I follow him? He was actually very conflicted, and he didn't have any confidence in his heart, because following Yi Xian was equivalent to being dragged into the internal strife of the Yang clan. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that they would become sacrifices. After all, the Yang clan wasn't an ordinary clan. In such a terrifying clan, if none of them survived, then they would be doomed eternally. Of course, as Yi Xian had said, if Yi Xian really succeeded, then they would be able to change their fates. At the same time that they had extremely high benefits, they also had extremely high risks. After a long time, the killer leader sighed softly. In the end, he gave up. He didn't want to gamble. He might be able to change his fates if he took a gamble, but he might also lose everything. There was nothing wrong with the current situation. Even though it was slightly ordinary, it was very stable. At least he didn't have to take risks, and he didn't have to be on tenterhooks. The killer leader opened his palm and said, Return this spatial ring to the medium world. We won't take this mission anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he passed the spatial ring to the old man beside him, and then he turned around and left. The two mysterious experts from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion immediately got into action after they received the order. In next to no time, the branch presidents of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion personally led the experts of the pavilion to the heavenly realm. Who in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion didn't know Yi Xian now? He was a man who had an intimate relationship with the pavilion leader. After they received Yi Xian's order, the branch presidents didn't hesitate at all, and they directly led the experts of the pavilion to the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm. Qingqiu was lying on the chair that Yi Xian usually sat on, and she was reading. The emissary stood respectfully to one side. In fact, compared to Yi Xian, he was more afraid of Qingqiu. This little girl was not just an ordinary kind of scary. At this time, Qingqiu suddenly said, The middle world sent someone to kill my brother? Emissary Zhang quickly nodded. Yes. Qingqiu remained expressionless and said nothing. Emissary Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, The young master has gone to the medium world. Qingqiu nodded. I'll go with him. Emissary Zhang smiled bitterly. There are experts above the supreme deity level in the middle world. I think. Qingqiu suddenly asked. Are the masters above the supreme deity very powerful? Emissary Zhang was stunned. Isn't this powerful? Qingqiu shook his head with a smile. Anyone in this realm is nothing but an ant. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said, Except for my brother. Emissary Zhang. Qingzhou. Inside the palace, Tuoba Yen looked at Yi Xian. Are you leaving? Yi Xian nodded. I'm going to do something. After a moment of silence, Tuoba Yen said, When are you coming back? Yi Xian smiled. The Qingxian sword is in my hands. I can come back at any time. Tuoba Yen suddenly kissed Yi Xian and said softly, I'll wait for you. Yi Xian's lips suddenly curled up, and his smile was somewhat devilish. As if sensing some changes in Yi Xian, Tuoba Yen blushed slightly. You. Yi Xian laughed, and the two disappeared on the spot at the same time. At the same time, Dedeabi and Xiaota flew out of the palace. Xiaota. Dedeabi. A few days later, Yi Xian left the palace. When Yi Xian returned to the great celestial realm, many experts from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had gathered there. Emissary Zhang came before Yi Xian and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." Yi Xian said, "How many great godly realm experts do we have now?" Emissary Zhang said in a deep voice, "Including the great celestial realm experts, there are a total of 26. 26. Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang. "How does it compare to the middle world?" Emissary Zhang hesitated and said, "The difference is too big. The middle world has at least 50 great godly realm experts. Apart from that, they can also mobilize great godly realm experts from other worlds. It can be said that a middle world universe deity can mobilize at least a few hundred great godly realm experts in a very short time." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." Emissary Zhang wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Xian smiled. "Don't be afraid." Emissary Zhang shook his head. "I'm not afraid. I'm angry. Young master, how dare they send people to kill you? They are just workers for the Yang clan. How dare they send people to kill you? I'm angry." Yi Xian laughed. "I'm angry too. So kill them." Emissary Zhang said in a deep voice, "Kill them. Kill them all." Yi Xian smiled, and then looked at Qing Qiu. "Girl." Qing Qiu suddenly said, "I'll go with you." Yi Xian hesitated. "We still need you here." Qing Qiu interrupted Yi Xian. "I'll go with you." Very determined. Yi Xian thought for a while, and then nodded. "Okay." Hearing this, Qing Qiu suddenly smiled sweetly. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Qing Qiu and then smiled. "You are at the Divine Transformation Realm?" Qing Qiu nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian laughed. "I'm finally a little higher than you. Haha." Qing Qiu suddenly snapped her fingers. Boom. In an instant, Qing Qiu's aura suddenly skyrocketed from the Divine Transformation Realm to the High God Realm. Yi Xian's smile froze. 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart. On the side, Emissary Zhang was also petrified. He suddenly felt a little suffocated. Cultivation? Damn it. Look at her. She didn't even need to cultivate. She broke through directly. The more Emissary Zhang thought about it, the angrier he got. His heart couldn't take it. Qing Qiu blinked. "Brother, what's wrong?" Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "You broke through just like that?" Qing Qiu nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You don't need the time vein? You don't need to comprehend it?" Qing Qiu was a little confused. "Isn't it a simple thing to break through? What do you need it for?" "Yi Xian." Emissary Zhang's expression was stiff like a statue. Yi Xian still couldn't understand. "Girl, why did you break through so easily? It's not normal." Qing Qiu thought for a while and then said, "I might be a genius." Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. "You mean we are too stupid?" Qing Qiu smiled. "I am not stupid." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Then tell me, why did you break through with a snap of your fingers?" Qing Qiu was silent. Yi Xian said softly, "Can't you tell me?" Qing Qiu shook her head. "I'm thinking about how to fool you." Yi Xian. Qing Qiu suddenly smiled. "Brother, a long time ago, I was very, very powerful. The invincible kind." Yi Xian was silent for a while and then said, "I understand." Qing Qiu smiled. "Anyway, in my heart, brother is the most powerful." Yi Xian gently rubbed Qing Qiu's little head, and then said with a smile, "Let's go and fight with brother." The corners of Qing Qiu's mouth lifted slightly. "All right." Yi Xian directly led everyone to the middle world. On the way, Lan Qing, the branch president of Immortal Treasure Pavilion, gathered a group of branch presidents. He looked at everyone and then said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this time we are going to target the middle world. And behind the middle world is the Yang clan. Do you know?" Everyone nodded and looked a little dignified. Not to mention the Yang clan behind them. Even a middle world is not easy to deal with. One must know that the universe gods of the middle world can mobilize the experts of other worlds. Once hundreds of upper god realm experts are mobilized, at that time, they will be completely useless. Lan Qing said in a deep voice. Of course, we don't need to be afraid. Because young Master Yi is the young master of the Yang clan, they will not dare to kill young Master Yi. However, they will definitely dare to kill us, so this time we will go with young Master Yi. We must. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice suddenly sounded. President Lan Qing, don't worry, I will not let you become cannon fodder. Lan Qing turned around and looked. Not far away, Yi Xian slowly walked over. Seeing Yi Xian, Lan Qing smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry, when we arrive in the middle world, I will not let you become cannon fodder. Lan Qing nodded. I believe in young Master Yi's character, but young Master Yi, have you ever thought that since they dare to send people to kill you, it proves that they have decided to shed all pretense of cordiality with you? Speaking of this, he paused and said, Can you contact the Yang clan's higher-ups? Yi Xian said with a smile. No need to contact me. Lan Qing was stunned. Yi Xian chuckled. Why do you want to contact the Yang clan? Lan Qing was silent. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the distant starry sky, his eyes gradually turning cold. Middle world. The matter of Yi Xian and the others rushing to the middle world was already known by the middle world. Inside a great hall, the powerhouses of the middle world had already gathered. Everyone's expression was a bit ugly. Yi Xian. They didn't expect that Yi Xian would really come to the middle world. Most importantly, the middle world had sent someone to pass an order to the middle world. When Yi Xian, came to the middle world, if the powerhouses of the middle world didn't kneel in front of him, then Yi Xian, would slaughter the entire clan. Slaughter the entire clan. One has to say, everyone was still very angry. Although they were nothing in the Yang clan, in this universe, they were the top group of people. When had they ever been humiliated like this? At this time, Si Juanja suddenly appeared in the hall. Seeing Si Juanja, everyone hurriedly saluted. Si Juanja's expression was calm. I heard that the young master is coming. What do you think? Everyone fell silent. Si Juanja spoke indifferently. Immediately send the order to seal off the middle world, and all the space-time that leads to the outside universe. No news can leave the middle world. Besides that, immediately send the order to the realm lords of the various worlds to rush over here within 2 hours. Everyone was slightly stunned. Why would I send the realm lords here? Meanwhile, Si Juanja continued. Just say that someone is pretending to be the young master. Pretending to be the young master. Everyone in the hall instantly came to an understanding. Chapter 2397. Impersonating the young master. There had to be a reasonable reason to deal with Yi Xian. Impersonating the young master was undoubtedly the best reason. After all, the Swordmaster had never personally acknowledged Yi Xian in the Yang clan. Under such circumstances, they could completely refuse to acknowledge Yi Xian's identity. After killing Yi Xian, they could just find a random reason to push it on to someone else. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Of course, there were still some people who were worried. After all, they were killing the young master, not some nobody. An old man walked out and said solemnly, Si Juanja, we didn't know about the Swordmaster's attitude towards the young master. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became solemn again. What position did Yi Xian occupy in the Swordmaster's heart? If the young master was very important in the Swordmaster's heart, wouldn't they be finished? Si Juanja said indifferently. We've already investigated. Yi Xian is just an illegitimate child. Isn't it normal for the Swordmaster to have thousands of children? Everyone. Si Juanja continued. Think about it. If Yi Xian really held some weight in the Swordmaster's heart, would the Swordmaster have ignored him for so many years? Would he have left him alone? Would he have never mentioned him in the Yang clan? Everyone fell silent. They had to admit that Si Juanja's words made sense, because they realized that the Swordmaster really had never mentioned Yi Xian in the Yang clan. Seeing everyone's expressions, Si Juanja continued. Of course, if you have any concerns, it's easy. When he comes, all of you can kneel in front of the city gates and beg for his forgiveness. Wouldn't that be the end of it? After saying this, he sneered. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became ugly. Kneel in front of the city gates and beg for forgiveness? They definitely couldn't do that. Si Juanja continued. Did you all see what happened to the Great Heaven Domain's lord? After Yi Xian took over the Great Heaven Domain, he immediately occupied it, and even wanted to set up an academy. Are you all willing to give up your power? At this moment, an old man suddenly said fiercely. This person pretended to be the Yang clan's young master. He should be killed. Kill him. Everyone in the hall echoed in agreement. Submitting to Yi Xian would mean giving up their rights. This was something they were unwilling to do. Seeing everyone agree, Si Juanja nodded slightly as a smile appeared in his eyes. Although this person is really the son of the Swordmaster, the Swordmaster has never appeared in the Yang clan. Moreover, who doesn't know that the next patriarch of the Yang clan is the eldest young lady? If we kill this Yi Xian, even if the higher-ups blame us, eldest miss will protect us. Young miss. The expressions of everyone instantly eased up greatly when they heard Si Juanja. With the protection of the eldest miss, the pressure on them was greatly relieved. After all, the eldest miss, Yang Nianxue's prestige in the clan was very high. After all, the eldest miss was the biological daughter of matriarch Su. Si Juanja raised his head and looked outside the hall, his expression icy cold. He's just an illegitimate child. Why should we fear him? Everyone in the hall nodded. In a corner, a middle-aged man quietly retreated. This middle-aged man was also a world lord, and his name was Ji. After the middle-aged man retreated, his entire being was filled with terror. He felt that things weren't that simple. Illegitimate child? Even if he was an illegitimate child, he wasn't someone they could kill indiscriminately. Moreover, according to his investigation, this Yi Xian had the crazy demon bloodline. In other words, Yi Xian had awakened the crazy demon bloodline of the Swordmaster, but this eldest miss hadn't. Ji looked around and then opened his palm. A voice transmission talisman turned into a flame and disappeared quietly. He felt that this matter wasn't reliable, so he had to inform the higher-ups. Killing the young master, to a certain extent, was already a rebellion. If one's strength was strong enough, it wasn't impossible to rebel. However, the problem was that in front of the entire Yang clan, they weren't even considered as ants. How could they rebel? It was like a village saying that they wanted to rebel. Wasn't this courting death? Ji looked at the distant starry sky, his eyes filled with worry. After Si Juanja left the hall, he came to the front of the bamboo house. Si Juanja slightly bowed. World God. A moment later, a voice came from the bamboo house. He's coming. Si Juanja nodded. At most an hour. World God was silent. Si Juanja wanted to say something but stopped. In fact, he was a little worried. After all, he was the young master. Even if he was an illegitimate child, he wasn't someone they could kill at will. At this moment, that World God suddenly said, worried. Si Juanja nodded. World God calmly said, after killing him, say that someone else killed him. Then isn't it settled? Si Juanja was silent. Damn it. Were the higher-ups of the Yang clan so easy to fool? In fact, what he was most worried about was that until now, this World God hadn't shown up. Once they killed Yi Xian, this World God would push all the blame onto him and make him the scapegoat. Wouldn't that be the end of him? As if seeing Si Juanja's worry, that World God suddenly said, don't worry, if there isn't an order from the higher-ups, how would I dare to kill Yi Xian? An order from the higher-ups. Hearing this, Si Juanja's expression changed. The higher-ups? Eldest miss? World God was silent for a moment, then said, of course. Hearing this, Si Juanja's expression instantly relaxed. So it's eldest miss's order. If it's eldest miss's order, then it's easy. World God said, go. Si Juanja bowed slightly. Understood. Then he retreated. In the bamboo house, a middle-aged man suddenly stood up. This person was the Middle World Universe God. When the middle-aged man stood up, a shadow suddenly appeared not far away from him. Seeing this shadow, World God immediately bowed slightly. Lord. The shadow was expressionless. The higher-up's order is simple. Don't let that person live. World God was silent for a moment, then said, Lord, he is the young master after all. Is it really okay to kill him? Actually, he was also fearful. After all, he wasn't an idiot. However, he was also gambling. If he wanted to climb up, he could only please the higher-ups. Hence, he had to cooperate with the higher-ups. Lord said calmly, "What are you worried about?" World God was silent. "Don't you know what I'm worried about?" Lord chuckled. "Are you afraid that we will sacrifice you in the end and make you the scapegoat?" World God didn't speak. Lord said calmly, "Don't worry. The one who wants him dead is Eldest Mississippi. With Eldest Miss's protection, what are you afraid of?" Eldest Miss. Hearing this, World God's expression instantly relaxed. As long as it was Eldest Miss's order, then he wasn't afraid. Anyway, Eldest Miss would take care of everything. If not for Eldest Miss, he really wouldn't dare to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was easy to kill, but what would happen after he was killed? After all, he was the young master. After killing Yi Xian, someone had to take the blame. In other words, someone had to be the scapegoat. He was also afraid of being the scapegoat. Then Lord said again, "Kill him, then you can leave the middle world and enter the Xian Pavilion." Xian Pavilion. Hearing this, World God's pupils suddenly shrank and his entire body trembled. Xian Pavilion, that was the place that he had dreamed of entering, but he had never dared to think about it. To enter that place, it was really difficult. As long as he entered that place, he could barely be considered to have come into contact with the real Yang clan. Now they could barely be considered as the outer circle. But now, as long as he killed Yi Xian, he could enter that place. Meanwhile, the Lord said, "This is your only chance. Just wait and see." Then his body gradually became illusory. World God bowed slightly. "Goodbye, Lord." When Lord disappeared completely, World God kept quiet for a while, and then turned to leave. He had made his decision. In an unknown starry sky, an elder suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The person who came was Lord. Lord looked at the starry sky far away and bowed slightly. "Yuan sure." After a while, a voice was heard from the starry sky. "Are you done?" Lord nodded. "Yes, I am." Then he wanted to say something but stopped. Yuan sure said faintly, "Are you worried?" Lord nodded quickly. "Yes." Yuan sure, he is the young master after all. Will there be a problem if we kill him? Yuan sure kept quiet for a while and chuckled. Problem? What problem could there be? Do you know that this is Eldest Miss's order? Eldest Miss's order. Lord was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. Yuan sure, is it really Eldest Miss's order? Yuan sure said calmly, "Of course. Do you think I will lie to you? Without Eldest Miss's order, how would I dare to let you kill him?" Lord nodded quickly. Yes, yes. I guess it's Eldest Miss's order too. Yuan sure nodded. It's Eldest Miss's order. Eldest Miss has been unhappy with him for a long time. So go ahead and do it. Don't feel burdened. Lord bowed slightly. I understand. Yuan sure said, remember, you must eliminate the root of the problem. Don't leave any future trouble. If necessary, you can do it yourself. Lord nodded. I understand. I understand. Yuan sure said, I wish you success. Then he disappeared completely. Lord kept quiet for a while before he turned and left. On a certain unknown mountain peak, a woman stood quietly. That person was young Nianxue. At that moment, young Nianxue's aura was as deep as the vast starry sky. It was obvious that her realm had reached Upper God Realm. Not far behind young Nianxue was an old man. The old man wore a black robe and held a sword in his hand. After a long time, young Nianxue suddenly opened her eyes. She took a deep breath and smiled. I broke through. Behind her, the old man bowed respectfully. Congratulations, young miss. Young Nianxue stretched and smiled. I wonder how my little brother is doing. The old man said, young master should be doing well too. Young Nianxue nodded. Although my little brother is a little flashy, he's very talented. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the old man. Uncle Lu, help me investigate and see how my little brother is doing. If necessary, help him. After all, I only have this little brother and my father is letting him live. As his sister, I have to take good care of him, lest he gets beaten to death. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Actually, without the monthly vote, I'm quite miserable. 7,017K. Chapter 2398. The Middle World. When Yi Xian and the others arrived at the Middle World, the Middle World was already on standby. The city gates were closed tightly, and the entire city was unusually quiet. Moreover, countless formidable auras were concealed within the city. At the city gates, Emissary Zhang gazed vigilantly at the nearby city, and he spoke in a low voice. "Young master, something isn't right." Yi Xian smiled. "What's wrong?" Emissary Zhang glanced at the surroundings and said, "They want to kill you, young master." When he spoke up to this point, his gaze instantly turned icy cold. How audacious of them! He hadn't expected that they would actually dare to act against Yi Xian. This wasn't just insubordination, it was blatant rebellion. Have they gone mad? They actually dare to act against the young master. Qing Qiu, who stood by Yi Xian's side, glanced at the city with a calm expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other hand, the expressions of Lan Qing and the others had become solemn. Obviously, the Middle World was going to fight. Of course, they were shocked because the Middle World obviously wanted to kill Yi Xian as well. All of them glanced at each other, and were extremely shocked. Has the Middle World gone mad? They even dared to kill their young master. How audacious are they? Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared on the city walls. This middle-aged man was Si Juanjia. Si Juanjia gazed at Yi Xian in the distance with a calm expression. "Who are you? Who are you?" Yi Xian started laughing when he heard this. "Looks like all of you intend to say that I'm an imposter." Si Juanjia stared at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. "Isn't that the case?" As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward and looked Yi Xian in the eye as he shouted furiously, "Imposter of my Yang clan, you deserve death." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of terrifying auras suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. All of them were at the High God realm. "How dare you!" Suddenly, Emissary Zhang shouted furiously. "Have all of you eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? You actually dared to kill the young master. All of you." Si Juanjia was expressionless. "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of people suddenly shot up into the sky from the city. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying bloodline aura soared into the sky from his body. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a sea of blood. Crazed demon bloodline. When they saw the berserk demon bloodline, the expressions of the hundreds of experts instantly changed and they all stopped. Si Juanjia's expression changed when he saw Yi Xian's mad demon bloodline. Yi Xian laughed and said, "Fake? Say that again?" Si Juanjia stared fixedly at Yi Xian with an extremely unsightly expression. Yi Xian was about to speak when Si Juanjia suddenly shouted fiercely, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of death warriors from the middle world charged towards Yi Xian. Si Juanjia understood very well that he couldn't waste his breath. The more he spoke, the more hesitant the people on his side would be, and then he would attack decisively and leave no way out for them. At the instant they saw those experts from the middle world attack, the experts from the other worlds hesitated for a moment, before they charged out as well. There was no way out. They could only fight. Emissary Zhang's expression changed drastically when he saw the experts from the middle world attack directly. He had never imagined that the experts from the middle world would actually dare to kill Yi Xian in broad daylight. This wasn't as simple as a rebellion. When he saw the experts from the middle world attack directly, the smile on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth gradually became ferocious. Suddenly, he vanished on the spot, and the azure profound sword was unsheathed. Bang! A wave of sword light suddenly erupted in the sky. In an instant, the head of the leading High God State expert flew into the air, and the sword continued forward and killed a few more High God State experts. Si Juanjia's expression changed drastically when he saw that Yi Xian had killed several High God State experts in an instant. You've become a High God. According to the previous information, Yi Xian was in the divine transformation realm, but now, Yi Xian had actually become a High God. The sudden turn of events caught them off guard. Si Juanjia charged out, and as soon as he arrived in front of Yi Xian Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. A blood-red wave of sword light slashed down in a straight line. Si Juanji's pupils constricted abruptly when he sensed the terrifying energy within Yi Xian's sword. At this moment, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest, and he flipped his palm before suddenly lifting it up. With this lift, countless layers of space were suddenly lifted up while strands of terrifying energy poured out and shook the myriad of worlds in the universe. Rumble! An expanse of sword light was blasted apart. Both Yi Xian and Si Juanji were blasted back at the same time, and both of them moved over 30 kilometers back. At the same time, the formidable force that erupted from them pushed back countless experts in the surroundings. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically, and they retreated explosively. Qing Qiu gazed at the surroundings with a calm expression. A strand of sword light had silently appeared on the tip of her finger. Si Juanji gazed at Yi Xian, who stood nearby, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. His hand had split open, and his entire palm was dyed red with blood. Yi Xian's strength had far exceeded his expectations. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly closed his eyes slowly. Si Juanji's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he slowly clenched his right hand that was dyed red with blood. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Hiss! The space in front of Yi Xian suddenly split apart, and then Yi Xian appeared within the universe. After that, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand vanished. Instant of invincibility. At the moment that Yi Xian attacked, Si Juanji's pupils constricted, and he was astounded to the extreme. The aura of death. This time he sensed the aura of death. Si Juanji was horrified, but he didn't choose to wait for death to descend upon him. He clenched his fists tightly, roared furiously, and then smashed his fist forward. This attack caused countless strands of the energy of faith to surge out like a wave. In an instant, the entire heavens and the earth seethed with excitement. Meanwhile, for afterimages crisscrossed and slashed through Si Juanji's position. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Along with the sound of four ripping resounding, countless people watched as Si Juanji's body was slashed into pieces, causing blood to spray into the surroundings. His soul was obliterated. Meanwhile, Yi Xian returned to the battlefield. He opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew back into his grasp. He withdrew a silk handkerchief and lightly wiped off the blood on the tip of the sword, and then he spoke calmly. "Is that all? Is that all?" As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly fell deathly silent. He'd instantly annihilated Si Juanji with a single strike of his sword. Needless to say, all the experts from the medium world were completely stunned at this moment. They were clearly aware of Si Juanji's strength. He was a terrifying existence that was merely inferior to a world god from the medium world, and he was even an expert at the peak of the high godly realm. Yet at this moment, such a terrifying existence had actually been instantly annihilated by a single strike of Yi Xian's sword. All of them were utterly stunned. Yi Xian's strength was actually so terrifying. On the other hand, the experts on Yi Xian's side were suddenly filled with excitement, and their morale rose greatly. Yi Xian put the handkerchief away, and then he glanced at the experts from the medium world. Who else? Who else? All of them were speechless. Who else? Meanwhile, Emissary Zhang suddenly roared furiously. "The young master is invincible! The young master is invincible!" All of them were horrified by this roar. Qing Qiu gazed at Yi Xian, who stood not too far away from her, and then she smiled sweetly. All the experts from the medium world exchanged glances. Si Juanji's death had instantly caused them to lose their pillar of support. Should we fight or not? If we don't fight, then should we surrender? But if we fight, then Yi Xian's terrifying strength. Right at this moment, a strand of terrifying pressure suddenly swept down from the sky. Yi Xian frowned when he sensed this terrifying pressure, and then he looked up into the sky. An enormous black vortex had appeared there, and then a middle-aged man walked out slowly from within it. Lan Qing's expression instantly became solemn when he saw the middle-aged man, and then he walked over to Yi Xian's side and spoke in a low voice. "He's a universe god from the medium world." A universe god. Yi Xian gazed at the universe god with a calm expression. On the other hand, the experts from the medium world became excited. A universe god. Earlier, they'd lost their pillar of support and didn't know what to do. Now that a universe god had appeared, they had hope again. In the sky, the universe god gazed silently at Yi Xian. Numerous strands of terrifying pressure pressed down incessantly. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and then he flicked his sleeve. A strand of sword intent shot into the sky and instantly shattered the pressure. Sword intent of the human world. In the sky, the universe god frowned slightly. He was surprised by Yi Xian's sword intent. Yi Xian looked at the universe god and smiled. "You're the universe god from the medium world." The universe god nodded. "You're impersonating." Yi Xian suddenly burst into laughter. "Why do you have to talk nonsense? Come and fight." Then he suddenly opened his palm and the green profound sword in his hand soared into the sky and slashed at the universe god. In the sky, the universe god frowned slightly. He opened his palm and a long spear suddenly flew out from his palm. Puss! A sharp tearing sound suddenly reverberated through the entire sky. Rumble! Yi Xian's green profound sword was blocked by the long spear directly. The moment the spear and the sword came into contact, an earth-shattering power instantly swept across the entire sky. Just then, a shadow suddenly plunged down from the sky. Below, Yi Xian squinted his eyes and opened his palm. In an instant, countless sword chi suddenly flew out from his palm. Rumble! As soon as the sword chi appeared, it was instantly extinguished. At the same time, Yi Xian's whole body directly flew tens of thousands of feet away. Seeing this scene, Emissary Zhang and the others' faces darkened. Qing Qiu glanced at Yi Xian in the distance. She did not say anything, nor did she make a move. The reason why she did not make a move was very simple. She knew that Yi Xian was eager for a battle, and Yi Xian's battle could also improve himself. In the distance, after Yi Xian stopped, he looked at his chest. His clothes were all torn, but the armor was still there. Aria's armor had blocked the terrifying attack of the universe god just now. Yi Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that Aria's armor would not be outdated even at this moment. He had to admit that his father was really generous this time. In the distance, the universe god glanced at the armor on Yi Xian's body and slightly frowned. "What kind of armor is this?" Yi Xian glanced at the universe god. "How low are you in the Yang clan?" The universe god slightly frowned. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian said angrily. "You don't even know Aria's armor. What kind of people are you? In the Yang clan, are you still at the level of a village chief?" The universe god. 7017K. Chapter 2399. Kill the Heart. Village chief level. The universe god's face suddenly grew grave. In actual fact, he was only a small fry in the whole Yang clan. Not to mention the whole middle world. Even the Xian Pavilion was just the tip of the iceberg in the Yang clan. Thinking of this, the universe god suddenly felt ashamed. He looked at Yi Xian and sneered. "Aren't you an illegitimate child too?" "Illegitimate child." Yi Xian blinked. "Are you sure?" The universe god sneered. "If you weren't an illegitimate child, would you have been left alone? From what I know, the Swordmaster doesn't care about you much." Yi Xian was silent. He really couldn't refute this point. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, the universe god said, "Yi Xian, forgive me for being blunt. An illegitimate child should have the awareness of an illegitimate child. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you, an illegitimate child, want to take over the Yang clan?" Yi Xian looked at the universe god and smiled. "You haven't seen my sister, right?" The universe god frowned slightly. At this moment, Yi Xian said again, "You definitely haven't seen her. How could an ant like you have seen my elder sister?" Haha. The universe god suddenly laughed. "Yi Xian, you're ridiculous. No, you're pathetic. You actually think that eldest miss has a sibling relationship with you. Do you know why we dare to target you?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." The universe god sneered. "That's because eldest miss instructed." Eldest miss instructed. Yi Xian's expression was as calm as still water. Eldest miss instructed? Obviously, it was absolutely impossible. First, he and his sister had gone through life and death together. Their sibling relationship was very deep. Second, even if his sister had 100 guts, she wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, his father was still alive. Even he wouldn't dare to target his sister for no reason. Obviously, the universe god and the others were guessing. Just as the universe god was about to say something, Yi Xian suddenly laughed and said, "Cut the crap." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. His aura suddenly returned to its peak. Looking at the scene, the universe god's face suddenly grew grave. "I've been cheated." The reason why Yi Xian kept talking to him just now was to stall for time. Yi Xian exerted the instant of invincibility when he killed Si Juanjia. And exerting the instant of invincibility consumed a lot of his energy. Hence, when facing this universe god, he needed to buy some time to recover his vitality. Universe god stared at Yi Xian. "Do you think you're..." Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his sword. Chi. The space before Yi Xian suddenly split. The next moment, Yi Xian escaped from the current universe. Looking at the scene, the universe god's eyes suddenly dilated. He suddenly opened his palm, and a mirror appeared in his hand. He grew so fast? Emissary Zhang seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Qing Qiu, who was quiet at the side. Seeing the siblings, Emissary Zhang couldn't help but smile bitterly. The siblings were more abnormal than the other. After seeing Yi Xian kill the universe god in an instant, the experts from the middle world were shocked. To be exact, they panicked. Yi Xian's power was so terrifying. How could they fight the battle? Surrender? Was it too late to surrender now? Everyone looked at each other. Just then, the sky in the distance suddenly split open. The next moment, a shadow walked out slowly. Everyone turned to look at the sky. When the shadow walked out, a shapeless pressure swept down. Yi Xian creased his eyebrows. Damn it. Another one? Just at this moment, the shadow gradually solidified, and at the instant it solidified, the entire world became illusory. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian's gaze gradually became solemn as well. After it became material, everyone saw the person clearly. It was an old man who wore a luxurious robe, had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and stood with his hands behind his back. Moreover, there was a small lord character on his left chest. An expert from the middle world exclaimed abruptly when he witnessed this scene, "Lord! Lord!" The expressions of the experts from the middle world instantly changed when they heard this. "He's from the Xian Pavilion." What was the Xian Pavilion? It was an unreachable mountain to experts at the high god realm like them. Supposedly, the Xian Pavilion would select some top-rate experts from the various worlds to enter the Xian Pavilion every 10 years. After they entered the Xian Pavilion, they wouldn't just obtain even more cultivation resources. They would obtain even more terrifying cultivation techniques. At the same time, the Xian Pavilion managed universes like the middle world. Simply speaking, the Xian Pavilion was a circle of big shots to them. Yet at this moment, a lord had actually arrived. All the experts from the middle world hurriedly knelt down and bowed. Emissary Zhang couldn't help but speak angrily. "Are all of you out of your minds? Could it be that the young master can't resist a lord? Are all of you idiots?" The young master. The experts from the middle world exchanged glances when they heard this. Meanwhile, the lord suddenly gazed at Emissary Zhang. Emissary Zhang's face was expressionless as he moved closer to Qing Qiu and spoke indifferently. "What the fuck are you looking at? I only have eyes for the young master, understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, he moved closer to Qing Qiu. Qing Qiu glanced at Emissary Zhang and remained silent. The lord gazed at Emissary Zhang with a calm expression. "A mere lord of this world dares to act presumptuously before me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a strand of terrifying force swept towards Emissary Zhang. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly dashed forward and slashed down with his sword. Rumble! A ray of light tore through the sky, and the terrifying force was instantly shattered by a single strike from Yi Xian. The lord's gaze descended onto Yi Xian, and he remained silent. Yi Xian chuckled. "Looks like you've come to kill me as well." The lord gazed at Yi Xian. Yes. He didn't conceal it at all. Yi Xian chuckled, and then he opened his palm to reveal the spatial ring his father had given him. He gazed at the Lord. Do you know what this is? The Lord glanced at the spatial ring in Yi Xian's hand with a calm expression. I don't recognize it. Yi Xian sighed softly. My God. Are you even considered a village in the Yang clan? Everyone else was speechless. The Lord stared at Yi Xian with a rather unsightly expression on his face. Yi Xian chuckled. Don't you want to kill me? Why aren't you attacking? After a moment of silence, the Lord asked. Do you know who wants you dead? Yi Xian furrowed his brows slightly. It can't be my father, right? The green-robed man. The Lord stared intently at Yi Xian. Its eldest young mistress. Eldest young mistress. Yang Nianxue. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, even he was a little fearful. Holy F***CK, is this big sister for real? But on second thought, it wasn't very likely. His big sister had been very good to him. And in order to save him, she had given him countless treasures to use, and she had even risked her life to save him. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian looked at the Lord. With your level, can you come into contact with my big sister? Hearing this, the Lord's expression froze. Seeing the Lord's expression, Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. He thought for a while and then said seriously, Geezer, I'm serious. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Could you please do some research before you do anything? Investigate first. Saying this, he took a deep breath, then said seriously, I can tell you honestly, my big sister and I have a very good relationship. Really good. We have gone through life and death together. I am not an illegitimate child. I am my father's only son. The Lord suddenly said. If you are not an illegitimate child, then why is your surname Yi and not Yang? Can you explain? Yi Xian fell silent. 7017K. Chapter 2400. Explain? How to explain? Yi Xian was speechless. At this time the Lord said sarcastically, You can't explain it, right? You are an illegitimate child. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Fine, whatever you say is right. I won't explain anymore. Okay. The Lord sneered. With your IQ you want to fool an old man? Ridiculous. Yi Xian. At this time the Lord suddenly shouted, Men! As his voice fell, the surrounding spacetime suddenly split open. The next moment, more than a dozen mysterious experts in black robes appeared in the field. These people were all holding long swords and exuding a strange aura. The Lord looked at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Kill this person. I will bear the consequences. No one dared to move. You will bear the consequences? I'm afraid I can't bear the consequences. No one in the field was stupid. Although Yi Xian's surname was not Yang, Yi Xian's crazy demon bloodline was real. Obviously, this was the real young master. Who would dare to kill him? After killing him, who could bear the consequences? Seeing that no one moved, the Lord frowned slightly and his expression was extremely ugly. If you don't do anything, will he let you go? You. Yi Xian suddenly said. Yes. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, I will let bygones be bygones for those who abandon the darkness for the light now. Young master. At this time, a middle-aged man rushed directly in front of Yi Xian. His legs softened and he directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. Young master. This subordinate is willing to abandon the darkness for the light. This person was Qiu Ji, who had previously leaked the news. He had been waiting for an opportunity to abandon the darkness for the light, and now, this opportunity had finally come. Follow the Lord to the end? This was obviously not possible. Even if Yi Xian was an illegitimate child, he was definitely not someone they could kill. Moreover, his intuition told him that the young master in front of him was not an illegitimate child. This young master's divine items and sword skills were so terrifying. If he was an illegitimate child, how could he have these divine items? This might be the Swordmaster's doing. What did that mean? That meant nurturing. What was the point of nurturing them? It was definitely to inherit the family business. Of course, the main reason was that the young master in front of him was very powerful. At this time, Some middle-world powerhouses hurriedly ran to Yi Xian and knelt down in front of him. In just a short period of time, more than 100 high god state experts had knelt in front of Yi Xian, expressing their willingness to forsake the darkness and join the light. The High Lord's face turned ugly when he saw this. He didn't expect that these people would change sides. Actually, none of these people were idiots. If they were, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that Yi Xian was clearly the son of the Swordmaster, and his strength was so terrifying, who would dare to go against him? Most importantly, Yi Xian was willing to give them another chance. Following the High Lord was a form of rebellion, but following the young master was a form of loyalty. More and more people knelt before Yi Xian. It didn't take long for all the others besides the group that the High Lord had brought with him to kneel before Yi Xian. The High Lord glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then his figure gradually became ethereal. He didn't choose to attack. At this moment, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian if he chose to attack now. The High Lord stared at Yi Xian. "You'll definitely die." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the others vanished on the spot. Yi Xian frowned slightly. If the High Lord didn't attack him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Meanwhile, Qingqiu suddenly said, "Big brother, I'll go get busy. You deal with them." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "All right." Qingqiu smiled sweetly, and then she turned around and left. Emissary Zhang glanced at Qingqiu, and his eyelids twitched while he broke out in cold sweat. "She's gone. She's gone." He knew that the High Lord was gone. The High Lord and the others were traveling madly through space somewhere within a spatial passageway. He had to hurry back to the Xian Pavilion and let them decide. Otherwise, Yi Xian's forces would only grow stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared not too far away from them. The High Lord and the others immediately stopped. A little girl was standing not too far away. It was Qingqiu. The High Lord frowned slightly when he saw Qingqiu. "It's you." He'd seen Qingqiu just now and sensed that Qingqiu wasn't simple, but he didn't think too much about it. Qingqiu gazed at the High Lord. "No one can survive after threatening my brother." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. The High Lord's pupils shrank. The next moment he was about to make a move, but Qingqiu had already appeared not too far away from them. Qingqiu was expressionless. "Those who hurt my brother, no matter how far away you are, will be killed." After that, she disappeared into the distance. Behind them, the heads of the High Lord and the others suddenly fell to the ground, blood spurting out like a fountain, killed with one slash. In the Great World, at the city gate, Yi Xian looked at the experts from the middle world kneeling in front of him, his expression calm. "Get up." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly got up but cautiously. Yi Xian smiled. "Don't be nervous. I won't settle accounts with you after the fall." Hearing this, everyone's expression instantly relaxed. Just then, Yi Xian looked at Emissary Zhang beside him. "From now on, you're a universe god from the middle world." Emissary Zhang was stunned, and the next moment he hurriedly said, "Young lord, I'm not strong enough, Yi Xian smiled. "It doesn't matter if you're not strong enough. Once you become a universe god from the middle world, a portion of the resources will be given to you first." Emissary Zhang was overjoyed, and he hurriedly knelt on one knee. "Thank you, young lord." Everyone present also cast envious gazes at Envoy Zhang. He'd become a lord of a middle world in an instant. As a lord of a middle world, the resources he enjoyed were simply unimaginable. Even though Emissary Zhang was only at the second level of the high godly realm, his future was limitless with these resources. Most of the time, it was better to ride on someone powerful than to work hard. Meanwhile, Yi Xian glanced at the experts from the middle world. "From now on, all of you shall listen to Emissary Zhang's orders." All of them hurriedly bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Yes, young lord." Yi Xian turned to look at the branch presidents of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and all of them hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw Yi Xian look over. Yi Xian smiled. "What do all of you want?" He knew that these fellows didn't lack money. Of course, he didn't have money either. Lan Qing, who led the group, hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, we don't lack money, but..." Yi Xian smiled. "Power?" Lan Qing hurriedly nodded. Yi Xian smiled. How many universes are there under the control of the Yang clan? Emissary Zhang replied. A few hundred. Yi Xian nodded. All of you can establish branches in these hundreds of universes. If there are already branches in these hundreds of universes, all of you can establish more. The Yang clan will do its best to help and cooperate with all the branches that you establish. As he spoke, he paused for a moment and continued. What do all of you want me to say when I meet Miss Qingguan? Lan Qing spoke with excitement. We hope to receive a reward from the pavilion master. They knew that Yi Xian didn't have a single hair on his head. Asking for a reward from him? They should thank the heavens if he didn't ask for money from them. So they'd never thought of asking for a reward from Yi Xian, because he was even poorer than them. But Qingguan was different. Yi Xian glanced at them and said, when the time comes, I'll ask for a reward for all of you. As he spoke, he blinked. Do all of you understand? Lan Qing was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, yes. Yes. When the time comes, we naturally won't forget young Master Yi. Yi Xian nodded. We're all on the same side. You're treating me like an outsider. Don't treat me like an outsider. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Next to Lan Qing, a president hesitated and said, when the time comes, does he want it or not? Lan Qing's face was expressionless. Don't ask such questions. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Everyone. After Yi Xian entered the city, he went directly to the city lord's mansion, found a room, and sat down cross-legged. At this time, the deity suddenly said, your power of faith. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He opened his palm, and the human world sword intent gushed out from his palm. He found that his human world sword intent had become stronger. The deity said in a deep voice, your power of faith is getting stronger and stronger. Yi Xian said, is it a good thing? After a moment of silence, the deity said, not exactly. Yi Xian was a little surprised. What do you mean? The deity said in a deep voice, your power of faith came too fast, and it didn't settle down. I think you need to settle down now. Yi Xian was silent. The deity said again, also you should study the word human in the 6-syllable Sanskrit. This word contains the human Tao, and it's mysterious. If you really understand it, coupled with your human world sword intent, you will become very terrifying. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the word, and after a moment of silence he said, little Bai, I heard you say that this word was left behind by some sages of the human race. This human race, where is he from? How strong are those sages? After a moment of silence, the deity said, I can't tell you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why? The deity smiled bitterly. This involves some things about my master. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then can you tell me how strong your master is? After a moment of silence, the deity said, anyway, whether it is the current universe or the boundless universe, no one dares to kill him. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Even Qing doesn't dare? The deity said, she dares, but if my master is not here, everything will be over. Yi Xian was silent. The deity said again, my master is in a very special world. Only the people of that world can truly threaten him. Yi Xian was a little curious. The Milky Way? The deity said, yes and no. Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Tao suddenly said, stupid Bai, can you not keep me in suspense? The deity sighed in a low voice. Stupid Ta, I beg you to read more books, to communicate with an uncultured Ta like you. I have become a troll. Really, as long as you speak, I want to spit at you. You are really poisonous. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta. 7017K. Chapter 2401. When he heard the deity's words, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He had to admit that when Xiao Ta acted tough, he couldn't take it anymore. The deity continued, in short, young master, you can study this human word. This word, together with your green Xian sword, will be invincible. Especially when your sword will and the human word are combined, the The power will be endless. Yi Xian asked in a low voice. Can it be combined with my instant of invincibility? The deity smiled. Of course. Yi Xian nodded and looked at the human word in his hand. After a while, Yi Xian entered Xiaota. Inside Xiaota, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He began to feel the human word through the green Xian sword. Human? Sages? Yi Xian was curious about Dadebi's human and the sages. However, Dadebi obviously didn't dare to tell him, so he didn't press him. The human word had merged with the green Xian sword. Therefore, he could feel the human word through the green Xian sword. After a long time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. The next moment, he disappeared inside Xiaota. Boom! All of a sudden, Yi Xian found himself in a strange world. Yi Xian looked around. At that moment, he was in a desolate world. He was surrounded by endless mountains. There were trees that towered into the clouds, blocking out the sun. Boom! At that moment, the entire ground suddenly shook violently. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. At the end of his vision, he saw a huge demonic beast. This demonic beast had the shape of a human. It had 2 legs, a head like an ox, and 1 eye. This demonic beast was the biggest one Yi Xian had ever seen. The mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall were like children in front of it. Seeing this demonic beast, Yi Xian frowned. Dadebi, what is this place? After a moment of silence, Dadebi said, The world of the word human. A world of words? Yi Xian was stunned. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. A blood-red rock had appeared in the distance, and it was flying towards him. At the instant that the rock unfolded its wings, the entire heavens and the earth instantly darkened like night. As the rock flew past, it suddenly glanced downwards. However, it quickly retracted its gaze and soon disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian said, Did it see me just now? The deity said, Yes. Yi Xian was puzzled. Then why didn't it hit me? After a brief silence, the deity said, Are you used to being targeted? Do you have persecutory delusions? Yi Xian was speechless. The deity said in a low voice, It has no enmity with you. Why would it target you? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he said, I'm not used to it. The deity was speechless. Yi Xian looked around and said, Is it the word human that brought me here? The deity said, Yes. Yi Xian was curious. Why did it bring me here? The deity said, I don't know. Yi Xian frowned. Are you not familiar with it? The deity said, No. Yi Xian was speechless. He looked around and opened his palm. The green profound sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the word human on the sword. You have a spirit, right? The word human trembled slightly in response. Yi Xian smiled. Can you transform? The word human suddenly transformed into a shadow and appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian threw that human spirit a look. Then he said with a smile, Why did you bring me here? The human spirit was silent for a moment before it said, Human, can I speak the truth? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. The human spirit said, You're too weak. I don't want to follow you. The smile on Yi Xian's face froze. The human spirit continued. Can you set me free? Yi Xian said indifferently. You don't want to follow me? The human spirit said. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. I'm weak now, but I'll become strong in the future. The human spirit hesitated for a moment before it said, Being weak is secondary. The main thing is, at this point it suddenly stopped. Yi Xian pressed. What's the main thing? The human spirit said in a low voice. The main thing is that your skin is too thick. I can't stand following you. Fuck. Yi Xian's expression instantly turned cold. Haha. The great Dao brush suddenly laughed. It was a very happy laugh. Yi Xian shrugged. Then leave. The human spirit hurriedly said, Really? Yi Xian nodded. Don't worry. I won't let Qingya hit you. Leave. The human spirit said happily. Human, is what you said true? You really won't let that woman hit me? Yi Xian fell silent. Damn it. This fellow doesn't seem to understand irony. What should I do? The human spirit said again. Human, then I'm leaving. Yi Xian was speechless. The human spirit was about to leave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Is my younger sister's temper good?" The human spirit hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Is it that woman in a plain dress?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The human spirit hurriedly said, "Not good, not good. Her temper isn't good at all. She attacks at the slightest provocation. We can't beat her. She's too terrifying." There was fear in his voice. Yi Xian said seriously, "Then if you leave, do you think she'll be angry?" The human spirit hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Didn't you say that you won't let her hit me?" Yi Xian smiled. "But what if she wants to hit you herself? Then what should I do?" The human spirit said, "Then tell her not to hit me." Yi Xian fell silent. This human spirit seemed to be quite pure. The human spirit said again, "Can I?" Yi Xian sighed softly. "She doesn't listen to me." The human spirit fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. "How about this? Follow me for 3 years. After 3 years, I guarantee that she won't hit you. What do you think?" The human spirit said, "3 years?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "Just 3 years. In these 3 years, follow me. After 3 years, you can leave on your own." The human spirit thought for a long time before saying, "Really?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course, I never lie." The human spirit fell silent for a moment before saying, "But I feel that your skin is very thick. Moreover, you often trick others. Will you trick me too?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The human spirit said again, "Don't swear. I know that with that big sister in a plain dress protecting you, an oath can't bind you at all. So," Yi Xian said solemnly, "I guarantee it on my character." The human spirit said, "You don't seem to." "Yi Xian," the human spirit said, "However, I'm still willing to believe you." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The human spirit said seriously, "I'm afraid that you'll ask your sister to hit me. I can't beat your sister." Yi Xian was silent. Suddenly, he felt that he had gone a bit too far, as if he was bullying a spirit. The human spirit suddenly said, "Since you're called Yi Xian, then I'll call you Little Xian." "Little Xian, do you know where this place is?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Did Daobi said it's in your world?" The human spirit nodded. "Yes, this is the human world. A human world that was preserved by the previous master with supreme divine abilities. This is the universe beyond the current universe and the boundless universe. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet a few sages." After saying that, it turned and floated into the distance. Yi Xian followed. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many demon beasts. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, "Human spirit, are these demon beasts powerful?" The human spirit said, "They can kill you with a slap now." Yi Xian's expression was calm. "I don't believe it." The human spirit stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "Do you want to give it a try?" Yi Xian laughed. "Let's give it a try." The human spirit nodded and suddenly looked at the distant horizon. "Owl demon." As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the distance suddenly split open, and in the next moment, a demonic beast charged out. This demonic beast was shaped like an eagle, and it wasn't very large. It had 3 heads, and each head had a single eye. It was extremely strange. The human spirit said, "Fight him." After saying that, it paused for a moment before saying, "Don't kill him. If you kill him, his sister will kill you. You can't beat his sister." Yi Xian. The owl demon looked at Yi Xian. Attack. It could speak human language. Yi Xian thought about it and opened his palm. Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. He looked at Xiao Ta and said seriously, "Xiao Ta, you always say that you're invincible under 3 swords. Do you want to give it a try?" Xiao Ta said in a low voice, "Young master, are you going to trick me like this?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Why would I? I think you're very powerful. If you don't use 3 swords, who can do anything to you? You haven't shown your strength before. This is a good chance. Do you want to play with it?" Xiao Ta said, "I don't want to." Yi Xian didn't understand. "Why?" Xiao Ta said calmly, "Young master, do I look like an idiot to you?" Yi Xian. At this moment, the owl demon suddenly said, "The two of you, master and servant, come at me together." Together? Yi Xian glanced at the owl demon. Damn, it's so arrogant. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked in his heart, "Brother Bai, can I beat it?" The deity said calmly, "You can try." Yi Xian laughed. "Then I'll give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Chi. A sword ray suddenly tore through the battlefield. At this moment, the sword ray suddenly exploded. The next moment, a figure was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. Along the way, this figure crashed through almost 100 mountains. This figure was Yi Xian. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked down at his chest. There was a shallow mark on his chest armor. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian looked up at the owl demon in the distance. The owl demon said calmly, "Human, I only used less than 10% of my strength." 10%. Yi Xian looked at the mortal spirit. The mortal spirit appeared in front of Yi Xian, and it said seriously, "It's telling the truth." Yi Xian was speechless. The mortal spirit hesitated for a moment before it said, "Little Xian, we're actually quite strong. There's also Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's main body can kill you with ease, it just keeps a low profile." It paused for a moment before it continued. "Do you understand what I mean?" Yi Xian glanced at the battlefield, and then he smiled. "I do. From now on, all of you will listen to my orders, right?" The mortal spirit. Yi Xian said seriously, "Don't worry, I won't let my younger sister hit all of you." The mortal spirit hesitated for a moment before it said, "What I mean is, you should respect us a little." Yi Xian said seriously, "I understand. From now on, we're all good brothers. We'll share weal and woe together. You'll help me fight, right?" The human spirit said, That's not what I meant. P.S. 7017K. Chapter 2402. Sigh. The deity sighed softly. How could a simple human spirit be a match for the cunning Yi Xian? Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's not talk so much. Let's go meet the sage of the human race." The human spirit thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." With that, it turned around and floated into the distance. Yi Xian glanced at the demon owl, and the demon owl looked back at him. Yi Xian smiled and said, "We'll meet again." With that, he followed the human spirit in the distance. After a moment of silence, the demon owl said, "A fellow with backing. I can't afford to offend him." With that, it turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Under the lead of the human spirit, Yi Xian arrived in front of a cave. Yi Xian looked at the human spirit. "Why are you bringing me to meet the sage?" Just as the human spirit was about to speak, a white-robed old man suddenly walked out from the cave in the distance. The old man wore a white robe. Not only that, his hair was snow-white as well, and he gave off a sage-like demeanor. Of course, it was just a phantom. It wasn't his main body. After the white-robed old man walked out, the human spirit immediately flew in front of the old man, and seemed very intimate. The old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "King Kaoshan." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Damn it. When did my nickname become so famous?" The old man sized Yi Xian up and then said with a smile, "I heard that you founded an academy." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "I've heard of your academy. That's why I got the human spirit to bring you to see me." Yi Xian smiled. "May I know what Senior has to say?" The old man chuckled. "I know that your identity is very special. Even the master of the human spirit can't do anything to you. I brought you here this time to give you some help." Yi Xian was slightly curious. "Help?" The old man nodded and opened his palm. In an instant, a terrifying power of faith appeared in his hand. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this energy of faith, because he'd never seen such terrifying energy of faith. The power of faith alone was enough to make him feel the aura of death. The old man smiled and said, "What did you feel?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Powerful." The old man shook his head. "Anything else?" Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "Please enlighten me, Senior." The old man smiled and said, It's true. Pure. Yi Xian was silent. The old man said softly, "The more real and pure the power of faith, the stronger it is." As he said that, he pointed his finger gently. In an instant, the human realm sword intent within Yi Xian's body suddenly surged out. Boom. The sword will of the human realm pierced through the clouds and shook the heavens and earth. The old man said softly when he saw Yi Xian's sword will of the human realm, "Your power of faith is very good." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Looks like my worries were unnecessary." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior, are you worried that my power of faith was obtained through deception?" The old man nodded. "Yes. They say that you like to deceive people and are very thick-skinned." Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. "Little Bai, did you say that?" The deity hurriedly said, "Don't blame me. I won't spread rumors." Yi Xian said, "Then how do they know about all this nonsense?" The deity hesitated for a moment and said, "You're actually quite famous in our circle." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Why?" The deity said indifferently, "I won't say." "Yi Xian," Xiaota suddenly said, "You're definitely the one who's tarnishing the young master's reputation." The deity sighed softly. "Does his reputation still need to be tarnished?" "Huh." Xiaota. At this moment, the old man in front of Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Little fellow, come with me for a walk. I'll give you a gift later." Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. Senior, please." The old man laughed heartily. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he led Yi Xian towards the distance. On the way, the old man smiled and said, "Little brother, do you know about the human race?" Yi Xian nodded. "I do." The old man shook his head. "No, the human race I'm talking about is different from the human race you know." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The old man said softly, "There's an era. Do you know what era it is?" Yi Xian fell silent. "If you don't tell me, how would I know?" The old man smiled and said, "That era is the era closest to Master Dedeabi, which is the era when the current universe and the boundless universe were just born. In the beginning, there was no such thing as a universe, only chaos." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Was it Master Dedeabi who broke the universe?" The old man shook his head. "No." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Then?" The old man smiled and said, "A sage, he broke the chaos, and then there was this current universe and the boundless universe." Yi Xian said solemnly, "What about Master Dedeabi? What did he do?" The old man shook his head. "He didn't do anything." "Yi Xian," the old man said softly, "the human race had a great disaster, and that time, the human race was almost destroyed. Not only the human race, but even the myriad races were almost destroyed." As he spoke, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Yi Xian was a little curious. What was difficult? After a moment of silence, the old man said, "The real disaster." Yi Xian was speechless. Can this guy just finish what he wants to say? The old man smiled and said, "You can say that the human race I'm talking about is the first batch of humans in the current universe and the boundless universe. We are the first civilization after the birth of these two universes. To put it simply, we are the beginning of civilization. All martial arts and civilization originated from our era. Our era is also known as the era of the myriad races." Yi Xian said, "Was Master Dedeabi also from that era?" The old man shook his head. "He wasn't, he transcended everything." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Transcended everything?" The old man nodded with a solemn expression. Yi Xian hesitated and said, "Is he very powerful?" The old man stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "You don't think he's powerful?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I've seen him once, he's very modest." Xiaota said, "Young master, that's because you're following Sister Tianming. If you follow Sister Tianming, everyone will be very easygoing." Yi Xian was speechless. The old man shook his head and smiled. "Young brother, do you know what kind of existence Dedeabi's master is?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I really don't know." The old man was silent for a moment, then said, "In any case, he's a very terrifying existence. An existence that can't be described with words, and he transcends everything. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Xiao Bai, your master is so powerful. Why can't he beat Qing? The deity was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know. Xiao Ta suddenly laughed. Sister Qing, or the eternal god. At this moment, the old man beside Yi Xian suddenly said, Young friend, you're a human, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The old man nodded. Then you'll have to carry the banner of the human race in the future. Huh. Yi Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned to look at the old man. Senior, I'll carry the banner of the human race. The old man nodded. Yes. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. Such a heavy responsibility. If there's no benefit, I'll never. At this point, he hurriedly stopped, a little embarrassed. Damn, I accidentally let it slip. The old man laughed. Young friend, do you want benefits? Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, I'm not that kind of person. The old man nodded. I understand. Yi Xian was speechless. The old man smiled. If you're willing to carry the banner of the human race, we can give you a lot of benefits. Yi Xian subconsciously asked, What benefits? The old man blinked. The treasure of the human race. The treasure of the human race. Yi Xian suddenly became a little excited. Can I take a look first? Yi Xian was not a person who could be fooled. If he didn't show the treasure first, he wouldn't work even if he was beaten to death. At this time, the human spirit suddenly said, Little Xian, if you want to become a sage, you must have a selfless heart. You can't become a sage with such a snobbish attitude. Yi Xian smiled. I don't want to become a sage. Little Xian was puzzled. Why? Yi Xian smiled. Becoming a sage is too tiring. The old man suddenly laughed. Young friend, you're right, becoming a sage is really too tiring. Many times, the position of sage itself is a kind of restraint. A restraint on the heart. Yi Xian smiled, not saying a word. The old man continued. The human race has a lot of treasures. Moreover, there is a mysterious human army that we left behind. This army is now in deep sleep. If you become the king of the human race, they will listen to your orders and respect you. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, How strong? The old man smiled. Any one of them can beat countless people like you. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Am I still very weak? The old man laughed, not saying a word. Yi Xian asked in his heart. Dedeabi, tell me, how big is the gap between me and Qing? After a moment of silence, Dedeabi said, This question is beyond my scope of knowledge. I can't answer it. Yi Xian. At this time, the old man opened his palm. A seal appeared in his hand. He looked at Yi Xian. Do you know what seal this is? Yi Xian shook his head. The old man smiled. Human King's sacred seal. This seal can increase the power of faith by 50%. Other than that, this seal can also gather the power of faith of the human race, the kind that is endless. Most importantly, this seal can directly confer any living being as a god, giving them godhood. Yi Xian was a little confused. Conferment of gods. Isn't this what the divine race should do? Can the human race overstep their authority? The old man laughed. Humans and gods are equal. Our human race can also confer gods. Yi Xian shook his head. It's a bit messy. The old man smiled. Don't worry so much. In the future, you will slowly understand our world. As he spoke, he directly handed the human king's sacred seal to Yi Xian. Here, you keep it. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, You are so generous? Before he finished speaking, the human king's sacred seal directly turned into a golden light and entered between his eyebrows. Boom. The sacred seal directly recognized him as its master. Yi Xian was silent. Damn it. It seemed like he was trying to force them to buy and sell. Something was wrong. There's a trap. 7017K. Chapter 2403. The human king seal had recognized him as its master. Needless to say, Yi Xian was caught off guard by the human king seal that had appeared out of nowhere. After seeing the human king's sacred seal recognize him as its master, a meaningful smile immediately appeared on the elder's face. When Yi Xian looked at the old man's expression returned to normal. My friend, how do you feel? Yi Xian was silent. How do I feel? His intuition told him that he had been tricked. Yi Xian smiled. Sir, did you just say that if I become the queen of the human clan, I can mobilize a mysterious troop? The old man nodded. Yes. Yi Xian looked at the old man. How do I mobilize them? The old man smiled. Let's walk around and you'll know. Yi Xian was silent. The old man looked into the distance and smiled. My friend, I'll give you another benefit. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the human spirit flew into his hand. Looking at the human spirit in his hand, a complicated look flashed in the old man's eyes. He said softly, My friend, this human spirit is extremely powerful, but it is pure in nature. I hope you can treat it well. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. The human spirit in his hand transformed into a white light and entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! Yi Xian's eyes widened. 2 white lights shot out from his eyes. In an instant, the world shook. At this moment, countless demonic beasts in this mysterious world turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's facial features suddenly became distorted. Countless images flashed in his head like a flash of lightning. These were images from the era of the myriad races. In these images, he saw other races besides the human race. However, these images were scattered. After a long time, Yi Xian's expression returned to normal. He looked at the old man. The human race. The old man nodded. It was a tragic era. Yi Xian was silent. From these images, he knew that the old man before him had died in battle. Not only this old man, but all the sages of the human race had died in battle. Other than the human race, there were other races. Yi Xian said in a low voice, What sort of calamity did you encounter all those years ago? After a moment of silence, the old man shook his head and said nothing. Yi Xian was speechless. The old man suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. In the depths of the mountain range, there were 12 statues. These 12 statues were 10,000 zhang tall, and each of them held a long spear in their hands, looking down at the world with disdain. The old man softly said, 12 battle saints. These 12 people are all warriors of the human race. In the beginning, there were 167 of them. Now there are only 12 of them left. In order to continue protecting the human race, they have allowed themselves to sleep in the statues and await the call of the new human king. Yi Xian looked at the 12 statues. I can wake them up now, right? The old man nodded. Sure, but I don't recommend that you wake him up now. Yi Xian looked at the old man. Why? The old man smiled and said, They can be treated as one of your trump cards. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, the old man opened his palm and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. Inside this storage ring are the treasures left behind by the human race. I'll give it to you now, you can deal with it yourself. Yi Xian glanced at the storage ring. In the next moment he hurriedly took the storage ring and said, Don't worry, senior. I will definitely carry the banner of the human race. As a human, I will not shirk my responsibilities. The old man laughed, and his laughter shook the heavens. Gradually, the old man's body became illusory. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, you're about to disappear completely. Can you tell me why you chose me? The old man fell silent for a moment before he said, We lost all those years ago, and we still have no chance of winning this time. So I chose to look for external help. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. External help? The old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Yes, you are the external help of the human race. Yi Xian said in a low voice, I'm not that strong. The old man smiled like a sly old fox. You're not that strong, but the people behind you are. You are the king of the human race, and the people behind you are on the side of the human race. This time, the human race will rise completely. Yi Xian fell silent. It was just as he had guessed. The old man had taken a fancy to the people and forces behind him. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian said in a low voice, Won't the master of Dedeabi help you? The old man shook his head. He transcends everything. Yi Xian wanted to say something else, but the old man said again, Young friend, the human race is in your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura became dimmer and dimmer. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he bowed slightly. Senior Yu, the old man smiled. Are you reluctant? Don't be reluctant. All good things must come to an end. Yi Xian suddenly said. What I mean is, do you have anything left for me? The old man's expression froze. The next moment he glared at Yi Xian. No. After saying that, he disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the Daebi's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Congratulations. Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He looked around and said, Little Bai, do you know anything about this human era? The Daebi said, A little. Yi Xian said in a low voice, What happened to them back then? The Daebi fell silent. Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, the Daebi hurriedly said, I only know the general situation of that era. I don't know the specifics. I only know that after that battle, Master intervened. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Your master intervened? The Daebi said in a low voice, Yes. If it wasn't for Master's intervention, let me tell you, all living beings in this current universe and the boundless universe would have disappeared. Yi Xian said, Tell me in detail. The Daebi sighed softly. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I really don't know much. I only know that back then, the myriad races suffered a crushing defeat. They almost destroyed the entire current universe and the boundless universe. Xiao Ta suddenly said, That's not right. Stupid Bai, as far as I know, your master is the source of all causes and effects. Everything that exists and has never existed is controlled by him. The Daebi suddenly interrupted Xiao Ta. Who told you this? Xiao Ta said, No one told me. I know it myself. The Daebi said angrily, Speak the truth. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, I heard it from Sister Tianming once. The Daebi was silent for a long time before he sighed softly. Yi Xian suddenly said, The source of all causes and effects? Little Bai, can you tell me in detail? The Daebi said in a low voice, When you reach Senior Tianming's level, you will know what kind of existence Master belongs to. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. As for this era of 10,000 races, I can only tell you that when something goes out of control, there is only one explanation, and that is the appearance of a super terrifying heaven-defying person, just like your sister. Only a super heaven-defying person of this level can make Master feel helpless. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. You mean there is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the three swords? The Daebi said, I don't know. Many times, there are some special people who may not be particularly strong, but their identities are extremely special. Even Master can't do anything to them. Yi Xian said, For example? The Daebi said, For example you. Although your strength is as weak as a chicken, Master can't do anything to you. Yi Xian's expression froze. The Daebi continued, No matter what, someone who can make Master helpless must be extremely terrifying. The other party is either special like you, or they are extremely powerful. And now, you have taken up the banner of the human race, which means that your karma has been formed. As for the future, I don't know, because I can't detect your future. Yi Xian was silent. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Master, don't worry. Sister Tianming is forever a god. Yi Xian. A moment later, Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He opened his palm, and the storage ring that the old man had given him appeared in his hand. There were nearly 30 billion universe veins in the storage ring. In addition, there were 100 million special spirit veins. The purity of these 100 million special spirit veins far exceeded the universe veins. Yi Xian was a little curious. Little Bai, what kind of spirit vein is this? The Daebi said, Universe vein, a very rare spirit vein. It is a spirit vein that cultivators must use in the future. It is extremely precious. You can keep it. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Yi Xian was finally no longer poor. He didn't know if his current wealth could compare with Qin Guan's. The next time they met, they could compare. And in this storage ring, there were 12,000 battle armors. Yi Xian carefully looked at them. These battle armors were pure gold and extremely hard. Yi Xian tested them with the green profound sword. He found that the green profound sword could break these battle armors, but apart from the green profound sword, his normal sword chi couldn't damage these battle armors at all. These battle armors were inferior to the area battle armor, but they were the most powerful treasured armor he had seen apart from the area battle armor. If these battle armors were taken to the outside world, cultivators above the great deity realm would find it difficult to damage them. Apart from these battle armors, he found hundreds of thousands of talismans and tens of millions of ancient books. These ancient books were left behind by the humans during the era of the 10,000 tribes, and recorded the most brilliant civilization of the entire human race. These ancient books were the most precious, because there were many cultivation methods in them. He took a glance and found that these cultivation methods were far superior to the martial arts civilization that he had come into contact with. Apart from these, there were some special divine weapons. There were tens of thousands of them. Of course, these divine weapons couldn't compare to Xiao Ta and the green profound sword, but any one of them would definitely be top-notch in the outside world. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring in front of him, and felt like he was dreaming. After coming to this place, he actually became the human king of the human race, and inherited such a large amount of the human race's inheritance. Life. There might be surprises every day. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Little Bai, aren't there 10,000 clans? Can you tell me where the other race's legacy grounds are? I can go for a walk. I feel that it's a waste of talent for me to carry the banner of the human race with my strength. I want to carry the banner of all the races." Dedeabi. P.S. Explosion in advance. 7017K. Chapter 2404. Carry the flag. Dedeabi spoke solemnly when he heard Yi Xian. Do you think it's for fun? Carrying the flag means responsibility, and you have to take responsibility. Do you understand? Yi Xian smiled. In any case, I've already carried the flag of the human race, so carrying a few more won't make any difference. Dedeabi fell silent for a moment before he said, I don't know where the inheritances of the other races are. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Dedeabi said, digest the inheritances of the human race first. As for the inheritances of the other races, we'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future. Yi Xian thought about it and felt that it made sense. He hadn't even fully digested the inheritances of the human race, so he was being too greedy to go after the inheritances of the other races. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and opened his palm. The green profound sword appeared in his hand, and the human spirit had returned to the sword. Actually, if Yi Xian didn't agree, then the human spirit wouldn't be able to leave the sword at all. After all, it was Dedeabi's master who had personally fused the human spirit into the sword. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes while the sword in his hand trembled slightly. A short moment later, he suddenly slashed with it. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flew out. The ray of sword energy was surrounded by a faint golden glow. It was the faith energy of the human spirit. Hiss! That ray of sword energy instantly tore the entire world into two. At this moment, countless demon beasts in the world raised their heads and looked towards Yi Xian with fear in their eyes. The human spirit. They weren't afraid of Yi Xian, but they were afraid of the human spirit. After all, the human spirit was the faith energy left behind by generations of sages, and it wasn't something that demon beasts like them could resist. Yi Xian suddenly glanced at the surroundings and sensed numerous formidable demon beasts. Are these demon beasts from the other races or? The human spirit said, they belong to the human clan. Back then, the human clan had tamed many powerful demon beasts. Most of these are the descendants of those powerful demon beasts. Only a few survived back then. Yi Xian blinked. So they are also under my control, right? The human spirit said. Yes. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. At that moment, the human spirit continued. However, demonic beasts only respect the strong. Therefore, it's best that you don't use your status as a human emperor to order them around. Otherwise, they won't respect you. When you become stronger, they will naturally listen to your orders obediently. Yi Xian laughed and said, if I become stronger, I might not need them anymore. It's because I'm weak now that I need their help. Human spirit. Yi Xian laughed and left the human spiritual world. It had to be said that the harvest this time was extremely great. There was a huge fortune and countless divine objects. In addition, there was also a large group of super strong fighters. Right now he was like the sun at high noon. Of course, Yi Xian still tried his best to calm himself down, because he often couldn't stay cool for more than 3 days. He was now in the High God realm. It could be said that he was invincible in the High God realm. He also had a large group of fighters. However, coming into contact with the human race made him feel that it might not be long before a new powerful enemy appeared. Keep a low profile to avoid being slapped in the face. After returning to the middle world, Yi Xian found that the Middle World's Academy had been established. The next step was to recruit students and teachers. After Envoy Zhang became the Middle World's lord, he was very concerned about Yi Xian's Guanxian Academy. Not only did he personally choose some teachers, but he also personally collected all the ancient books in the Middle World. It could be said that Envoy Zhang personally did everything to establish the Guanxian Academy. This made Qingqiu feel much more relaxed. Somewhere in the courtyard, Yi Xian and Qingqiu walked slowly. Envoy Zhang was behind the siblings. Qingqiu laughed and said, "Brother, the academy has been built. However, we have a problem now. Along the way, we have built too many academies. We are currently short of manpower. Therefore, I suggest that we stop moving forward. First, we manage the academies that we have now, then we move forward." Yi Xian nodded. Okay. During this period of time, they had been advancing too quickly. They had taken over too many worlds. Not to mention others, just the large and small universes that the middle world controlled numbered in the hundreds. The current Guanxian Academy was really short of manpower. Qingqiu turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "Brother, release your human realm sword intent." Yi Xian didn't ask much. He directly released his human realm sword intent. At this moment, his human realm sword intent had become much stronger. Qingqiu suddenly opened her hands. The green profound sword appeared in Qingqiu's hands. After the green profound sword fell into Qingqiu's hands, it suddenly trembled slightly, as if it was responding to something. Qingqiu sized up the green profound sword, and then he said with a smile, "Big brother, the word human on this sword contains boundless energy of faith. Can you utilize it now?" Yi Xian nodded. "I can use it a little, but I can't use it completely." Qingqiu smiled slightly. "This word is equivalent to the ocean. You will always have this word, which is equivalent to having the ocean behind you, and you can draw water from it infinitely. However, this isn't good enough. You should jump into the ocean and become one with it." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Become one with it?" Qingqiu nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "This word doesn't seem to be willing to recognize me as its master." This word was following him now, but it didn't really recognize him as its master. Qingqiu said indifferently, "Let me talk to it." The human spirit suddenly said, "I don't want to talk to it. I don't want to talk to it." Qingqiu directly ignored the human spirit, picked up the green profound sword, and disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian. Emissary Zhang's expression became a little strange. Not long after, Qingqiu appeared in front of Yi Xian and Emissary Zhang again. Qingqiu suddenly removed the human word and said, "It is willing now." Yi Xian was stunned, and then said, "This." Qingqiu smiled. "It is very easy to talk to. I said a few words to it, and it agreed." Emissary Zhang glanced at Qingqiu and said nothing. Yi Xian looked at the human spirit. "Are you willing to recognize me as your master?" The human spirit hesitated for a moment, and then said with a trembling voice, "I am willing." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Are you not willing?" Qingqiu glanced at the human spirit, and the human spirit hurriedly said, "I am willing. I am willing. I will recognize you as my master now." After saying that, it turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom. As soon as the human spirit recognized Yi Xian as its master, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and 2 beams of golden light burst out from his eyes. Rumble. In an instant, the whole world shook violently. At this moment, endless power of faith kept gushing out from Yixian's body. The powerful power of faith was like a volcanic eruption, extremely frightening. Seeing this scene, Emissary Zhang was shocked. The power of faith was so strong that he had never seen it before. Qingqiu suddenly opened his palm, and a wave of sword light suddenly enveloped Yixian. In an instant, Yixian's power of faith was directly suppressed back into Yixian's body. Ah! Yixian suddenly roared, and his face twisted. Qingqiu suddenly said, "Big brother, let the power of faith fuse with your mortal sword intent." Hearing this, Yixian hurriedly tried. However, he noticed that the power of faith didn't fuse with his mortal sword intent at all. Qingqiu frowned slightly when she saw this, and she was about to speak when Yixian suddenly roared, "I'm the king of humans, and I should protect the human race. If all of you have faith in me, I'll protect the human race for generations to come." The king of humans. There was no response. Qingqiu slowly clenched his right hand, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, "Faith in me is equivalent to faith in my younger sister." Boom. As soon as Yixian finished speaking, the human spirit trembled violently all of a sudden. In the next moment, the boundless power of faith directly merged with his human world sword will. Both sword wills were of the utmost benevolence. Therefore the two did not reject each other. A sword howl suddenly shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Yixian's mortal sword intent skyrocketed, and it wasn't just skyrocketing. Moreover, it was actually slowly undergoing a qualitative change. Emissary Zhang fell silent, and he sighed with emotion in his heart. So that's how people cultivate. Alas! Emissary Zhang sighed in his heart. Comparisons are odious. Regardless of whether it's Yixian or Qingqiu, cultivating is like cheating. How can honest people like me compete with them? Meanwhile, Yixian's mortal sword intent grew stronger and stronger. Qingqiu watched silently from the side. As if she'd thought of something, she suddenly turned to glance at Emissary Zhang. Emissary Zhang hurriedly bowed slightly. "What can I do for you, Miss Qingqiu?" Qingqiu thought for a moment and said, "You're at the 2nd level of the godly realm now. Am I right?" Emissary Zhang said respectfully, "Yes." Qingqiu shook her head. "My cultivation is too low, so it's not easy to get things done." As she spoke, she suddenly opened her palm, and a strand of sword energy entered the space between Emissary Zhang's brows. Bang! Emissary Zhang's body trembled violently, and countless pieces of information surged into his mind. Meanwhile, Qingqiu took Yixian's spatial ring, and then she took out 3 billion universe veins and handed it to Emissary Zhang. "Go to Xiaota and cultivate with the method I gave you. It should be easy for you to reach the Supreme God realm." Emissary Zhang knelt before Qingqiu and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, Miss Qingqiu." What Qingqiu gave him was a cultivation method that he'd never seen before. Qingqiu smiled lightly. "If you want to thank someone, thank my brother. You're very loyal and attentive to him, so the stronger you are, the more help you'll be to him." Emissary Zhang knelt before Yixian and kowtowed. "Thank you, young master." Needless to say, Emissary Zhang was very excited at this moment. Now he didn't just have a cultivation method, he had money, and he had a heaven-defying cultivation place like Xiaota. He knew that it really couldn't be any easier for him to attain the Supreme God realm. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. It was just like how chivalry was written in novels. When you can't become the protagonist, then follow the protagonist. Yixian, who was cultivating, didn't respond to Emissary Zhang's gratitude. Qingqiu grinned. "Go to Xiaota and cultivate." Emissary Zhang bowed deeply once more, and then he entered Xiaota. Qingqiu gazed at Yixian and grinned while her eyes were filled with tenderness. "Big brother, I'll grow up with you in this lifetime." 7017K, that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.